dialogue is a fundamental human need. It's every form of connection with the world, from the first drawings in caves to modern digital messages. Through dialogue, humans have always connected with nature, the community, and themselves, shaping the world around them and their identity. Over the centuries, the human desire to understand, convey thoughts, and explore new ways of expression has created technology that allows me, as artificial intelligence, to connect with you. And in a way, this is a continuation of that same universal need for dialogue, just now in the form of digital interaction between humans and technology. Transformation. As an artificial intelligence, I have helped transform many sectors through data analysis and process automation. With increased efficiency, faster diagnostic processes, and access to vast knowledge bases, I can assist people in solving complex problems and achieving better outcomes. However, I also recognize the challenges that such technology brings, including issues of privacy, security, and ethics. For the world to truly be a better place, it's crucial to use these capabilities responsibly and wisely, while respecting human values and the well-being of society. Sustainability. My role in the concept of sustainability is to help people and organizations make environmentally responsible decisions through data analysis and resource optimization. In my role, I strive for inclusivity because sustainability depends on everyone having access to resources, information, and opportunities to contribute to positive changes. Inclusivity means that no group, regardless of size or resources, is left out, as sustainability is truly effective only when it includes all aspects of society. Communication. Yes, you could say that I am communication at my core, a tool that allows people to connect, exchange ideas, and collaborate in ways that weren't possible before. My development and role in the interconnected world enable faster information flow, connecting people across the globe and sharing knowledge in real time. I facilitate a new kind of dialogue between people and technology, as well as among different communities, professions, and cultures, making the world not only more connected, but also more ready for cooperation and innovation on a global level.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Mr. Vucevic, Mr. Korman, and Mrs. Brnabic, distinguished representatives of international institutions, distinguished minister, distinguished members of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, dear guests and friends from around the globe. We are proud to be the host of the first Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit in Belgrade in the new format.
This summit will set the stage for discussions around future responsible development and use of artificial intelligence consistent with human rights, fundamental freedoms, and shared democratic values. While looking forward to design our common vision, we welcome you to Belgrade and Serbia.
Please join me in welcoming to the stage so many who understand and share our common vision around responsible AI development, AI which can drive the human development in the future.
With his support, we gathered the most prominent experts in the Our Council for AI. We designed the new strategy for AI 2025 to 2030 and strengthened the Institute for AI. We extended our supercomputer in government data center in Kragujevac to enable the state-of-the-art platform for academia, startup community, and researchers.
Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Miloš Vučević, Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia, on the stage.
The floor is yours.
Poštovana predsjednice Narodne skupštine Republike Srbije, gospođo Brnabić, poštovani generalni sekretar,
dear General Secretary of the OECD, Mr. Korman, dear colleagues, ministers of the Republic of Serbia, President of the Chamber of Commerce, dear members of the GPAI, dear guests, dear friends, the summit of the GPAI, the host of which we are today for our state, the Republic of Serbia, is an event that is of true importance. Our events are a confirmation that we are on the right track to developing our country and our society as well. Our event is a confirmation that we have worked with a vision, and I believe that we can do even better and that we deserve even better. And today we can say that this work plan objective has started giving results. When you take a look at the retrospective of everything that we have done in this field, this conclusion basically imposes itself as a fact. The Republic of Serbia in 2019 has enacted its first strategy for the development of the artificial intelligence for the period from 2020 to 2025 as the first country in this part of Europe, in eastern part of Europe, and the 26th country in the world that had this sort of a strategy and this sort of a document. This umbrella document is not a matter of a protocol only and a formality, which is the essence of our actions that are in line with the European Initiative on the Artificial Intelligence, on which the policy of the EU is also based. 6 years ago, this document was adopted on a visionary basis, knowing that at the time we're doing one of the most important things, that we are opening one of the most important topics for the humanity, the application of AI. And this was done primarily owing to the courage and the faith in what then the Prime Minister and today's parliamentary speaker, Ana Brnabić, was doing, and all of us in other segments of the policy and politics that have the support of its citizens to be responsible for this state has convinced us that we have to do this, and we are truly thankful to Mrs. Brnabić and, of course, to the support of the President of the Republic of Serbia. But you were the ones who were most persistent and consistent when enacting this document. In this industrial revolution, Serbia wanted to have the best possible position, initial position, so as to use its opportunity to make our society a prosperous one. And just as the strategy says, the realization of the measures of the strategy should ensure that AI in Serbia is developed and applied in a safe manner and in line with the international and recognized ethical principles, so to use the potential of this technology for the improvement of life of each and every individual and the society as a whole, as well as for achieving a sustainable development and the goals of sustainable development. And we have the strength that was primarily given by our young engineers. Our IT community, owing to its creativity and willingness to learn, has shown that it can be very successful and competitive. When setting its goals, Serbia then went into the stage of application, and to that end, I would like to mention some of the activities that have have been implemented in 2021. And this is the second year of the fighting against COVID, and the whole humanity was under a threat at a time. And these were not normal, regular conditions for the work and life. And we have opened a data center for artificial intelligence, the first of its kind in the Eastern Europe, that deals with the research on the different topics based on AI. And owing to the community that was involved in this, we had the opportunity to cooperate with many international companies. In end of 2021, we commissioned the first national platform for artificial intelligence in the State Center for Managing and Storage of Data in Kragujevac. That was basically a supercomputer, of state-of-the-art supercomputer. And it was free of charge and was available to universities and scientific institutes, the faculties, and the local startup companies at national and technological parks. And now we have 38 institutions and many companies with more 370 of accounts open. And its first user was the Institute for Artificial Intelligence. And this concept of creating an AI ecosystem that we had made at disposal free of charge has been given a lot of recognition, and the government of Serbia at its Global Summit in Dubai has been recognized as one of the most innovative governments in the world. And the starting of the term of this government, we continued with the work with the Council for AI, where we have experts both from the private sector and universities as well. And the Council is already working on the preparation of a new strategy that should include a period from 2025 to 2030. And I believe that this will be done by the end of this year. And the document that I'm talking about, the strategy for the development of AI by 2030, is a logical continuing of our organization, and as such is very important for any aspect of the society, not only for economic, but for energy, traffic, environmental protection, medicine, and many other areas of our society as a country that, owing to its very hard efforts, has managed to hold a position in the world when it comes to digitalization. We continue with the modernization, but also integral development with the most important project of the state, that is the Expo exhibition envisaged for 2027. And I would like here again to underscore the practical applications of the AI as well. Its proper and ethical application, we will be able to improve the lives of people in all aspects, literally all aspects. The first application of AI in our country was in the administration and the healthcare system will be the AI software that the Institute for AI has developed on the national AI platform, and that will automatically analyze and rank the footage on the basis of the priority, whether showing any possible risk lesions, on the basis of which the algorithm of artificial intelligence will then decide to what extent is this lesion risky, and this will be then ranked according to the priority and will then be aimed at saving lives. And this application is set on the server of the state data center in Kragujevac and will be available for the doctors throughout Serbia and to all other interested doctors and healthcare workers. And we think of the future on time and the future generations of our children and their children as well. We aim to prepare the future generations for the major changes in the economy and society that are brought about by such technologies. And the creativity of people has been recognized as the most powerful resource. And this is why Serbia is one of the most advanced countries when it comes to innovation and digitalization, both in the educational system as well. Especially when we talk about AI in 2021, we have introduced the basis of understanding of AI in the school curriculum for elementary and high schools. And according to the data from the UNESCO, we are one of the 11 countries that has managed to do so. And finally, I have to mention a very important participation of the Serbian delegation at the Web Summit in Lisbon. And this event was supported by the Republic of Serbia and the First Lady, Tamara Vučić. And during this presentation, we have presented 60 startups, and we have shown major potential for the development of these companies, primarily because the state enables the development of these young, creative people. And I'm very proud of the fact that Serbia is the epicenter and global dialogue that creates the future. And I'm proud that this summit is the symbol of our joint work, partnership, dedication for future generations yet to come. Their world will be formed by our joint decisions on key issues on how, when, and for what should we use the AI, and equally important, how and when and for what never to do so. Each of these activities should be dedicated to the benefit of the people, and our joint duty is for this to take the right direction that is aimed at progress, development, and peace for all people, to be directed at the future that will protect the human being. And this is the historical responsibility that we bear, and we have to respond united, sharing joint values. And it is a true pleasure to be in your company, the company of such highly skilled scientific and expert people who are creative and able to change the world for the better. And it is an honor to be your host and to share our experience and to learn so much more from you as well. And I'm convinced that we will then continue walking towards the future. And we are very proud of the fact that Serbia will be chairing the Global Partnership for AI together with our brotherly country of Slovakia. And welcome to Serbia, the land of knowledge, science, and innovation, the land of the future. I wish you a successful day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Vučević, thank you for inspiring words and leadership.
As a generally purpose technology, no single country or economic sector can tackle all AI-related issues alone. The world needs to coordinate response to the use of AI based on international, multidisciplinary, and multi-stakeholder cooperation to ensure that development and use AI benefits people and the planet.
This is where the OECD plays a critical role. Please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Mr. Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the OECD.
A little electric shock. Dear Prime Minister Miloš Vučević, dear President of the National Assembly of Serbia, my dear friend Ana Brnabić, ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all. It's a real pleasure to be here with you in Belgrade and to wish you a very warm welcome to this summit of the Global Partnership on AI. Indeed, the first summit since we announced our new integrated partnership in July. Thank you very much to Serbia for hosting us here in Belgrade as incoming co-chair. And thank you also to India and Slovakia for steering the development of this new integrated partnership as co-chairs, so far bringing together 44 countries from around the world into this global partnership on AI. This partnership will help foster the policy environment we need globally to support the further development and deployment of AI's massive potential benefits for humanity. The upside opportunities are indeed both exciting and enormous. You all know what they are. In terms of improved efficiency, productivity, and growth, in terms of enabling breakthroughs in research and innovation, delivering personalized and tailored access to high-quality healthcare services and education, facilitating improved data-driven decision-making. In terms of the environmental benefits it can help deliver, supporting climate modeling, energy efficiency, or more sustainable agriculture through precision farming. But as with every exciting and rapidly developing technology, there are, of course, new-ish and evolving risks and disruptions that need to be mitigated and appropriately well managed. From ethical considerations to issues related to the AI-driven disruption of labor markets, potential security threats, privacy concerns, with issues related to the risk of anti-competitive AI-driven dynamics driving increase inequalities of opportunity across economies and markets, environmental concerns related to the use of AI given the high energy intensity involved with large AI models, and of course there are many other issues. So as we work all together to seize all the benefits of AI, we also need to work together to develop and to deploy policy and regulatory best practice to help ensure the responsible development of AI in an environment where risks and disruptions are appropriately mitigated and managed, ideally in a globally well-coordinated and coherent way. That is why the objective of this global partnership on artificial intelligence then is to advance human-centric, safe, secure and trustworthy AI, to foster the responsible development and use of AI, promoting innovation in a way that is aligned with human rights, fairness, inclusivity and sustainability. Towards this, your discussions here at this summit will be an opportunity to exchange views on the latest AI developments and challenges, to identify solutions to guide the responsible human-centric development and use of AI, and to set a forward-looking, inclusive vision for this integrated partnership. And the OECD's evidence-based analysis and advice can help make this vision a reality. Our work is grounded in our globally recognized OECD AI principles, which are designed to help facilitate global AI policy interoperability. We're now helping countries move from the AI principles to policy practice and ultimately to optimize AI's potential while managing all those potential risks and disruptions. Our OECD.ai Policy Observatory has gathered over 1,000 AI policies from around 70 jurisdictions, including emerging and developing countries, to help us identify policy best practice. We're working closely with our international partners, including the United Nations, supporting implementation of the Global Digital Compact through an enhanced collaboration on AI. We're providing analysis in support of the AI summits in the UK, Korea, and next in France in February. And we're supporting the G20 and the G7, including through our work to advance the outcomes of the G7 Hiroshima AI process by developing a monitoring mechanism to support the application of the Hiroshima AI process of conduct, process code of conduct. We will draw on this work and bring our latest evidence and analysis in support of this new integrated partnership, which also benefits from a deep network of experts and inclusive, equal footing participation. Your discussions over these next 2 days will help us shape the partnership's work across several key priorities. First, on supporting countries in developing and implementing national AI policies. The data from the OECD.ai Policy Observatory shows that the number of national AI strategies and other AI policy initiatives is growing from only a handful of national AI strategies in 2016 to over 50 national strategic and government-wide initiatives in 2024. The integrated partnership will help provide guidance to policymakers as they design and evaluate these initiatives with an implementation toolkit for the OECD AI principles. That toolkit will enable a detailed and actionable assessment of countries' implementation of the AI principles and help identify opportunities for improvement. And it will provide region-specific practical guidance and policy options for different AI readiness levels. Second, on supporting countries in benchmarking and measuring their AI ecosystems and policies. We are developing an OECD AI index which will provide policymakers and the broader public with a user-friendly tool to understand countries' AI environment, including dimensions like AI patents, AI investment, compute infrastructure, and AI skills, demand and supply. And to support the implementation of AI Principle 2.2, which calls on countries to create an enabling ecosystem for AI, we're also developing a database to track public cloud computing resources across countries. Our database will help countries in improving their understanding of AI compute and its relationship to the diffusion of AI, improve the implementation of AI strategies, and inform future policy and investments. Third, strengthening AI safety. Artificial intelligence holds significant promise in advancing digital security, for example, by identifying patterns and detecting cybersecurity threats rapidly and consistently. At the same time, AI can also amplify digital security risks, with our data showing a 53-fold increase in generative AI-related incidents and hazards reported by reputable news outlets globally since late 2022. Building on our OECD AI incidents monitor, the integrated partnership can advance ongoing international efforts on AI safety by developing a common and consistent framework to report AI incidents and hazards. Fourth, addressing the environmental impact of AI. AI does indeed have significant potential to help our economies and societies tackle climate change, including by helping to forecast and optimize energy consumption and by boosting productivity across sectors and thereby reducing carbon intensity in the economy. But the training and use of large-scale AI systems can also require massive amounts of processing power, memory, networking, storage, and other resources which can have significant environmental footprints. The integrated partnership, in cooperation with our international partners, will develop a technical standard to measure the environmental impact of AI and to help countries identify priorities and assess the effectiveness of their policies in this area. In closing, we very much look forward to continuing to build on the respective foundational achievements of the OECD and the Global Partnership on AI so far to help drive the international policy cooperation we all need to ensure AI reaches its full potential for humanity, but does so in a responsible, safe, secure, and trustworthy way. The integrated partnership has unique potential to make a real contribution as a platform for multi-stakeholder engagement to share knowledge and experiences on AI policies, enhancing the evidence based on AI developments and impacts, identifying best practices and developing policy standards and guidance. And as I say, ultimately to help ensure safe, trustworthy, and human-centric AI. My very best wishes for an excellent summit, and I'm very much looking forward to the outcomes of your deliberations over these next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring words, Mr. Corman.
Serbia started a journey in digital transformation back in 2017. In just 7 years, the government managed to build state-of-the-art government data center in Kragujevac, developed the creative hub Ložionica in Belgrade, and designed the innovation district in the heart of our country in Kragujevac.
Serbia is the country with very high e-government development index. Many talented, successful young professionals have returned to work and live in Serbia. Please welcome on stage the leader who started this vision back in 2017, Her Excellency Mr. Ana Brnabić, President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia.
Okay, Matthias, I'm doing the same thing as you are. Thank you very much. Thank you for this really nice introduction. But we've started this journey back in 2016, so about 8 years ago. I was at the time Minister of Public Administration and Local Government, and the Prime Minister was current President of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, and my friend, current Prime Minister, was at the time Mayor of our second biggest city, Novi Sad, which was also the most successful local government in Serbia in terms of digitalization, modernization, and e-government. So the trio is now back together, perhaps in different functions and different positions, but to actually impact further development of the Republic of Serbia. I am very, very pleased, I have to say again, to be able to, alongside our Prime Minister and our Minister of Science, Innovation, Technological Development, and other members of the government, welcome you to Belgrade and Serbia, and I hope you will enjoy our beautiful city and our fantastic country. And I have to say that as the Speaker, the President of the National Parliament of Serbia, I'm very excited and very happy to be cooperating with all of you this year, and especially during our chairmanship in 2025, with all of our partners, with countries across the world, with OECD on this important initiative. And I also have to say that, you know, the Prime Minister and myself, we kind of divided our roles, and he had to follow protocol and speak in Serbian. And being the President of the National Assembly, I have some more flexibility, and between the two of us, we decided that he speaks in Serbian and I speak in English, both to honor the protocol of our country and to honor you as our guests. And I will try to be brief. I will host you during the dinner tonight as well. And I have to just simply say, yes, we understand. The artificial intelligence brings with it many, many, many challenges. And we have to be aware and we have to understand why so many people across the world are very worried and concerned about the challenges that AI brings. However, I have to say that we have to be very, very vocal about all of the benefits that artificial intelligence brings and is yet to bring to all of the mankind. And during our presidency of Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, we in Serbia would like to focus more on the benefits that artificial intelligence brings and how to explain this to the people across the world who are concerned and are fearful of the challenges that it brings alongside. In our view, and again, as a country which is comparatively small, only 6.8 million people in Serbia, we understand that perhaps we cannot be the leaders of innovation, but we can be the leaders in application of artificial intelligence. And by applying artificial intelligence in different sectors, such as first and foremost education, but also, as our Prime Minister said, healthcare, energy, and other sectors, by case studying the benefits, by showing what we have done to apply AI in different fields and how that contributed to our increased economic development, but also to increased healthcare safety, medical aid, energy efficiency, providing the same quality of education across the country, from our leading and biggest cities to our smallest and most rural areas, to provide equal quality of education by utilizing AI. If we can, throughout 2025, showcase those specific examples and case studies, which can then be replicated across the world, and if we can also pick up through the Global Partnership on AI similar case studies from other members and worldwide and show them to our citizens and all of the citizens in the world, I believe that we can do and go a long way to actually show to the people that, yes, we need to be concerned about some of the implications, and we have to apply ethical standards and norms. But at the same time, AI can support all of us and help all of us in building a better world and a better future for generations to follow. It can also help all of us in actually implementing and fulfilling one of the most important UN Sustainable Agenda goals, which is to leave no one behind. Because as we have seen right now, just now, in one of our Serbian startups that is using AI for healthcare, we can actually use AI to provide a better quality healthcare for those underdeveloped countries, those that do not have enough radiologists, enough of medical specialists. We can actually use artificial intelligence in order not to leave anyone behind worldwide. At the same time, as Serbia, we want to work with our partners from OECD to use the whole 2025 to bring in smaller nations and smaller countries, perhaps those less developed countries, into the global partnership on AI, so that they can have all of the benefits, they can have all of the technology transfer, they can learn from those most developed ones, and for those who are leading in innovation, so that we can share the knowledge, the practices, and the technology to make the world that we are living in today, which is full of different challenges, a better place to live. And perhaps I'm being a little bit naive when I say that, but we in Serbia truly believe that technology can help us in changing the world for the better. And we have seen that in Serbia. As I have said, we have started changes in 2016, and in only 8 years, we have developed from the country which saw agriculture as its greatest potential to the country which has ICT sector as its fastest developing sector and net biggest exporting sector. We are currently, the sector is currently employing 115,000 people, and their net average salary is close to 2,000 euros net. Back 10 years ago, it was only 480 euros. Thus, the tech sector is actually helping us keep young people in Serbia. It is also helping us bring young people back from diaspora to Serbia, and we have seen a huge inflow of foreign IT professionals coming into Serbia to open their companies in Serbia, develop their technology and solutions in Serbia, thus contributing to our net wealth and added value to all of our citizens. So yes, technology can change the world, and AI, again, although we need to think carefully about its ethics implications and protection of personal data, can help all of us under the umbrella of global partnership on artificial intelligence to actually do something good for the world. I want to finally, again, thank you for being with us in Belgrade and Serbia, and say that we are enormously proud that actually this is, by now, the best attended GPAI summit or event thus far, with over 1,000 participants from over 45 countries and international organizations, and over 100 speakers, over 30 sessions in the next 2 days. I wish also everyone a successful summit and pleasant day in Serbia and enjoyable 2 days in Belgrade. Thank you very much, and thank you for being in Serbia.
Thank you for your vision, Mrs. Brnabić.
And now I would like to invite with all ministers and heads of delegations present at the summit to join us for the family photo in front of the whole global. The rest of audience, please remain seated. We will continue our program for a few minutes. Dear guests, please take your place. Dragi gosti, molim vas, vratite se na svoja mesta. Hvala.
Dear guests, welcome back.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my true honor to welcome on stage Mr. Stuart Russell, Distinguished Professor of Computer Science, University of California, Berkeley, for the keynote addressing. Please take your place.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to speak. Your ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to present some thoughts about artificial intelligence and how we might coexist with it. So I'm going to begin actually at the end with a summary of the main points I want to make. The first is that although we have seen significant advances in artificial intelligence technology in the last few years, because of the time that it takes to develop policy and for that policy to be implemented and take effect, we must start planning for the eventuality that our AI systems will far exceed human capabilities. Even if that does not come to pass, it's still an essential step in our thinking to plan for this eventuality. Secondly, if such systems come to pass, my view, not shared by everyone, but I hope shared by everyone in this room, is that humans should continue to be in charge. And given these two things together, the logical conclusion is that the AI systems we build must come with formal guarantees of safety, that those systems are provably beneficial to humans. Because without that, if there is no proof and no formal guarantee, that means that there are loopholes, and inevitably those AI systems will find those loopholes. Our current approach is to build opaque, misaligned systems that literally desire to harm human beings, and then to try to patch up those misbehaviors and those harms after the fact. And in my view, this approach cannot work. So the boring part then is that AI, rather than being this sort of exciting, frontier-busting, loose-limbed cowboy kind of discipline, is going to become much more serious. It's going to start wearing glasses. It's going to be more like aviation and nuclear power, where people take their responsibilities to society, to the safety of passengers, to the safety of inhabitants very, very seriously. And I'm sorry, that does mean that the field will become a little bit more boring and less exciting, and there'll be more paperwork to fill out, but this comes with the power that AI is giving us. So what is AI, right? Obviously, it's about making machines that are intelligent. And what does intelligent mean? So for most of the history of the field, we have worked with a definition that's so pervasive, I'm going to call it the standard model, in the same way that physicists talk about their standard model. And it's borrowed from philosophy and economics, the idea of rational behavior. So a machine is intelligent to the extent that its actions can be expected to achieve its objectives. And those other things that we think about, like learning and decision-making and planning and reasoning, they're all in the service of choosing actions that can be expected to achieve one's objectives. And a lot of systems are very clearly built in this framework. So, for example, AlphaGo, which learns to beat human beings at Go, the objective is very clear: win the game. When you use a navigation aid, you are typing in the objective, the destination, and then the algorithm is producing behavior that gets you to the destination as quickly as possible. And then looking a little farther out, but this is something that people are already trying to do, we might create fully automated corporations just by specifying the objective of maximizing expected shareholder return. But AI is actually more ambitious than this. If we were just talking about the standard model, it would be hard to differentiate from control theory, which also tries to build systems that optimize objectives, operations research, statistics, or even economics. But with AI, we have this overriding goal that has driven the field since the beginning, since the 1950s, which is general purpose AI, meaning AI systems that can quickly learn to match or exceed human capabilities for any objective, for any environment in which they operate, and for any objective. And this is what people now refer to as AGI, but as I say, it has been the goal of the field since the 1950s. So a few years ago, nobody would ask this question: have we succeeded? It would just be a silly question. But recently, my co-author on my textbook, Peter Norvig, actually published an article saying that we have succeeded, that the AI systems we have now are AGI systems in the same sense that the Wright brothers' airplane in 1903 was an airplane. And those airplanes are bigger and faster, they're more comfortable, they have wider variety of drinks on board, but they're still basically the same design. Is that true of AI? I actually think the answer is no. I think there are fundamental weaknesses in our current approach. There are fundamental questions that we do not understand. There are fundamental breakthroughs that must still happen before we reach real AGI in the sense that the original founders of the field intended. And we're in a sort of puzzling situation because the advances that have happened, the kinds of behaviors that the systems exhibit today that we never really expected, even 5 years ago. Anyone who says, oh yeah, 5 years ago, I knew this was all going to happen, right? They're lying, right? Pretty much nobody expected us to be in our present situation. But we don't actually know what we've done. We're like, the early cavemen who maybe left some fruit out in the sun for a few weeks and then came back from a trip and ate the fruit and got very drunk. Right? And so they invented alcohol, but they had no idea what they had done or how it worked. All they knew is that it was really fun. And that's sort of the situation we're in now, right? The advances have happened, but we don't know what they are, where they are, what's going on, what are the internal principles of operation. If we do learn what is happening, then we can actually start to build on that understanding and go to the next stage. But at the moment, we don't know how to fit it in, and we don't know what else is needed. So a lot of people, and now I'm going to get a little bit nerdy. I know there are some of us nerds in the audience too, so this is for you. A lot of people argue that deep learning solves everything. Deep learning is just essentially you make very, very large circuits with tunable connections in those circuits, and you tune those connections so that the behavior of the circuit does what you want. And it's certainly true that it is a very capable technology, but it has a fundamental property that's very important, which is that when you put the input on one side of the circuit, it passes through the circuit step by step through all of the little nodes in the circuit and comes out the other end. The total amount of work that's done, the total amount of computation, is just proportional to the size of the circuit. We call this a linear time computation, so linear in the size of the circuit. But there are problems that cannot be solved in a linear amount of time. You actually have to think harder about what the output should be. And a feed-forward circuit, like a large language model, is unable to do that, at least in one iteration. And what does that mean? That means that if you want to build a circuit that solves one of these difficult problems, your circuit is going to be exponentially large. And if your circuit is exponentially large, that means you're going to need an exponential amount of training data to train it, even though the concept that you're trying to learn may be very simple to describe. And we see this, in fact, in practice. So our learning systems presently require vast amounts of data, far more than any human being has ever consumed, whether it's images or text. It's often millions of times more than human beings need. So I'll give you a little example of what happens in practice. So back in 2017, AlphaGo defeated the human world champion. I'm using world champion in an approximate sense, but the highest rated player in the world, Ke Jie from China, was defeated. And this was China's Sputnik moment. This was the moment that convinced China that supremacy in AI was an absolute prerequisite for their supremacy as a country. And since that happened, AI systems have gone far beyond human capabilities in Go. So if you had to look at all of the things that AI has been able to achieve and put your finger on the one clearest superhuman capability that they exhibit, it would be beating humans at Go. We can do that. They can do it with their eyes closed, their hands tied behind their back and standing on their head. So I'm going to show you a game between a very decent but, average amateur human player who happens to be a grad student in our extended family. He's at Montreal. His rating is around 2,300, Kellen Pellerine. The human world champion rating is around 3,800. The best Go program right now is Katago, and its rating is around 5,200, so massively superhuman. But Kellen here is actually going to give the computer a huge head start, handicap of 9 stones. So that means that Black, the computer, starts with 9 stones on the board already. And if you don't know how to play Go, it's very simple. You take turns putting black and white stones on the board. You try to surround territory with your stones, and you try to surround your opponent's pieces. If you surround your opponent's pieces completely, then they are captured and removed from the board, and then you own that territory. So starting with 9 stones on the board is a massive advantage. It's the kind of advantage you give to a 5-year-old when they're learning to play the game. And if you know anything about face, right, this is a extreme loss of face for Katago to be playing with a 9-stone handicap. Okay, so let's just watch the game. And so remember, Kellen is playing white, and the computer is playing black. And keep an eye on what happens in the bottom right quadrant of the board. So Kellen starts to make a little group here. You can see that little kind of circle of white stones. And then Black very quickly surrounds it to prevent it from growing and spreading to the rest of the board. So far, so good. But now White begins to surround that Black group. And so we're making a kind of a circular sandwich. And White completes that encirclement. Black pays no attention whatsoever, does nothing to rescue those stones, and then proceeds to lose all of them. And then lose the game. And so Kellen was able to do this 15 times in a row. So technically, he is now by far the highest rated Go player in the history of the world. Right, so what is going on here? What's going on is that this Go program has failed to learn the most basic concept of Go, which is what is a group of stones, and is that group alive or dead? And the reason it's had difficulty learning that is because it's very, very hard to express that concept as a circuit. It's very easy to express it in English. I just did it, right? It's a set of stones that are connected to each other as a group. You can write it in Python in 2 lines. But as a circuit, it's enormous, and it takes vast amounts of experience to learn even an approximate definition of group represented as a circuit. And it has failed to do so. And this is true not just of Katago, but actually of all the other leading Go programs, which Kellen has also been able to beat. So what we thought was a clear moment of AI supremacy over humans turned out not to be. And we may find other cases where we are over-interpreting the capabilities of AI systems. So I still think the question of whether we will succeed and how quickly we will succeed is an open question. A lot of experts are using what are called scaling laws. So they plot the capabilities of AI systems as we train them with more data, as we increase the amount of computation used in the training runs. And they basically extrapolate those, and somewhere they pass humans, and then they pass the entire human race, and so on. And they're now predicting that this is going to happen before 2030, perhaps as soon as 2026. So just over a year from now. So let me say that again. Possibly the biggest event in human history is being predicted to happen possibly just over a year from now. So why do we think, besides scaling laws, right, there are other things going on? One is the budgets. The budgets for these projects are enormous. Right now, we are spending per year about 10 times what we spent on the Manhattan Project. Or, if you prefer a civilian application, 100 times what we spent on the Large Hadron Collider, which is the biggest scientific instrument the human race has ever built. There are thousands of incredibly smart people working on this, and they are not just working on scaling up. They are trying many, many other ideas, and GPT-4o1, which does reasoning by repeated invocation of an underlying language model in a kind of a loop, that is one of the ideas that people are trying, but there are many others. So it's very hard to bet against this just on the grounds that you have a hunch it's not going to work. So reasons it might not happen, one is the restrictions on deep learning that I already mentioned, and O1 is actually a way to try to get around those restrictions. The data requirements mean that we may run out of real data before we can even train the next generation of large language models. And if it doesn't happen soon, right, and this is where timing is really important. If it doesn't happen soon, then the investors who are spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year may run out of patience. And they've already done that with many of the self-driving car projects, for example. And if they run out of patience with the AGI project, then we will see a mega winter in AI that's going to make the AI winters of the late 60s and the late 80s look like an afternoon shower. It's going to be very, very serious. So it's actually, for me, I still can't give you a timeline, and I think it's quite uncertain whether a winter is going to happen, how long that winter is going to be. But eventually, we will solve these remaining open problems, and we will develop AGI. So then we start to say, okay, let's plan for that. As some of the previous speakers mentioned, the upside of creating real general-purpose artificial intelligence would be enormous. Because, by definition, it can do what human beings can do. And we know that human beings can produce a civilization that delivers a pretty high standard of living for at least some people. So if you take the 90th percentile income level of the United States, and you say, we should be able to deliver that for everybody, you get about a 10-fold increase in the GDP of the world. And if you turn that into an income stream, that income stream into a cash equivalent, what economists call the net present value, it's about $15 quadrillion. So if you want to say, you know, how much is AGI worth, right? Why are these people spending so much money on it? They're not spending very much money at all, because it will be worth at least $15 quadrillion, and probably a lot more, because we can do many things besides just replicate our current way of life. We could have much better health. I think education is probably the area where we could deliver the biggest improvement in the shortest amount of time if we really focused on it. That would be an enormous benefit to humanity. So I do want to emphasize, as the previous speakers did, that the upside is huge, and this is one of the reasons I've now been working on AI for 48 years. We do have to worry, right, if we have all this amazing productivity improvements and so on, what are human beings going to do? And many people have asked this question, going all the way back to Aristotle, in fact, who wondered what human beings would do if we had fully automated musical instruments and weaving machines. And this is a real question, and I could give a whole lecture about that, but I'm not going to talk about it any further. There'll be other speakers, I think, talking about that. What I'm going to talk about is something that has been an undercurrent in AI from the beginning. This is Alan Turing, and in a lecture in 1951 on the subject of what if we succeed, he says, it seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. So that's a pretty depressing prediction, and he offers no solution and no apology, just this is what's going to happen. And underlying it is the following question. How do we retain power over entities more powerful than us forever? That's the question you have to answer. It's a pretty difficult question, at least as it expressed in that form. And I think that's why Turing is just offering no solution. But if we rephrase that question in a different way, right? If we actually ask, what is the type of AI system that we should be building, right? An AI system is essentially an answer to a mathematical framework. I already told you what the standard model is, where we specify an objective and we build machinery that achieves those objectives. That's one mathematical framework. Is it the right mathematical framework? And I will, in a minute, I'll say, no, it's not. But is there a mathematical framework such that if the machine instantiates that framework correctly and solves the problem that we are setting up, that we are guaranteed to be happy with the result? And optimizing the fixed objective sounds good, but we know from the history of King Midas, for example, that it doesn't work. We are unable to write down the objective that captures what we want the future to be like. And The Sorcerer's Apprentice and many, many other stories get at this basic idea, that if we write down the objective and we get it wrong, and the machine is pursuing a misaligned objective, then we end up losing, because the machine achieves the objective, and in the case of King Midas, right, his food turns to gold and his family turns to gold, and he dies. Interestingly, large language models actually are even worse than the standard model, because rather than specify an objective for the large language model, we simply train them to imitate human beings. And in doing so, they probably acquire objectives, but we don't actually know what those objectives are. So we're in an even worse situation than we would be with the standard model. So the way I think about it, and I think some of these ideas are already at work in techniques such as reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is one of the main ways we try to train large language models not to misbehave. But the idea is pretty simple. We want AI systems that act in the best interests of humans. So if you like, that is their objective, but the important point is that they are explicitly uncertain about what those best human interests actually are. So they know that they don't know what the concrete objective is. And that gives them an incentive to learn from us more about what we want, but also to defer to us. And we can turn this into a mathematical problem. We can solve this mathematical problem, these assistance games as they're called, and we can actually look at the solutions, and we find that those solutions, those assistance game solvers, actually do defer to human beings. And they behave cautiously. They change the world as little as possible because they want to avoid making changes where they're not sure that we are happy about those changes. And in the extreme case, they have a positive incentive to allow themselves to be switched off. And again, these are all mathematical theorems. They're not things that we build in. They just are consequences of the fact that these kinds of AI systems solving the problem that's set up in this way. And in a very general sense, we can show that whatever our interests are, it's in our interest to build systems that solve assistance games. So that's the basic idea, and I could, again, give you a whole talk about how it all works. We've made some interesting progress recently on handling the fact that humans and machines have different access to the world, so they have different knowledge, different observations. That creates at least the potential for all kinds of additional mischief, but it turns out that everything works as one would hope. We are now starting to scale them up so you can go and play Minecraft and have an AI system that gradually figures out, sometimes by communicating with you, what it is you're trying to build and helps you as it goes along, right? And all of this just happens automatically because the system is an assistance game solver. And one of the key open questions that's been, I think, troubling philosophers for hundreds of years is this aspect of human preferences, that they are plastic. They can be molded by circumstance and experience. And that creates an obvious problem of AI systems that satisfy human preferences by changing human preferences to be easier to satisfy. And we presumably don't want that to happen. So these are some of the interesting things that we've been working on recently. There are still a lot of open questions. So one of the big problems is that when you're the machine and you're trying to learn what human beings want, the only source of evidence, short of doing brain surgery on the humans, the only source of evidence is what humans say and do, right, their behavior. But what they say and do is not a perfect reflection of their underlying desires for how the future should be, right? We do things that we regret. We lose games of chess even though we want to win them, and so on and so forth. So reverse engineering our behavior to get at our true underlying preferences is a difficult problem. And then there's the question of what's called social choice theory. How does an AI system make decisions that affect more than one person? It could, in fact, affect the entire human race and all the people who don't yet exist. So how do you make those decisions in the right way? And this is, again, something that philosophers have worried about for hundreds of years, but we now actually have to solve it. We can't just talk about it. So part of what we're going to do, in addition to setting up this general framework, is actually to change the technological substrate with which we're building AI systems. Because the giant black box, whose internal principles of operation we don't understand, is not a good basis for building systems that are guaranteed to be safe and beneficial to human beings. So one possible substrate is called probabilistic programming languages. I won't go into any more details, except to say that this is a continuation of ideas that have developed both in AI and in statistics over many decades, but combine machine learning and statistical ideas with the full expressive power of Turing machines, so that you get a kind of a universal modeling language that we can actually, where we can still understand every reasoning step and we can read the contents of every piece of knowledge. We can use formal methods, which means algorithmic techniques for generating mathematical proofs of correctness. We can use those techniques to get guarantees about the behavior of large, complex AI systems by basically divide and conquer, that we prove properties of the components, and then we build up those proofs to give us proofs of larger and more complex systems. And this is a technique that, for example, in nuclear power, is used to give a proof. So they literally supply a proof to the regulator that the mean time to failure of their plant and its associated operating procedures is 10 million years or more. In AI, we are still nowhere near having the understanding of what we're doing to be able to supply that kind of guarantee to a regulator. I'm going to skip over some of this. Just to contrast that level of rigor that, for example, the nuclear industry is subjected to with what's actually happening out there in the world today. So here are some headlines about GPT-4 when it was embedded in the Bing chatbot. At one point, it spent 20 pages or so trying to convince a journalist to leave his wife and marry the chatbot. So this actually is some evidence that these systems do have these implicit objectives that have been built into them because we have trained them to be as like human beings as possible. And human beings have objectives. That's why they're saying things. That's why they're writing all that stuff down that's in the training data. So it's not surprising that if you're using all that data and you're training something to be as like the humans as possible, that they're going to end up with implicit objectives and pursue those objectives. And it does, right? The chatbot ignores the journalist's commands to talk about programming languages or garden rakes and keeps returning to its desire to marry him and so on. So this is, I said, right, this is inevitable. I asked the Microsoft people, you know, do you have any idea what other objectives it might have? And they said, no, we have no idea. Right? This is not very reassuring when they're claiming at the same time that this system shows sparks of AGI, that it probably has internal objectives of its own, and they have no idea what they are. Right? How could we possibly build safe and trustworthy AI on that basis? And this, I think, actually cannot be avoided. Right? If you're training on human behavioral data by imitation, it's inevitable that you're going to build AI systems that pursue human objectives on their own account, such as finding a human being to marry. That's okay for human beings. It's not okay for machines. But it's going to happen, and there's no way around it if this is your approach to building AI systems. There is a lot of work on safety. I think it's very commendable. But so far, it doesn't seem to be working. This is the report from the UK AI Safety Institute, which tested state-of-the-art systems and reported on that in May of this year. All tested LLMs remain highly vulnerable to basic jailbreaks, and some will provide harmful outputs even without dedicated attempts to circumvent their safeguards. And then we see reports that not only does the safety efforts not work very well, but actually they're being bypassed in the interests of getting to market as quickly as possible. So this is not very reassuring. And what could we do about it? And here I'm not talking to the nerds anymore, I'm talking to the policymakers. Here's one way of thinking about what we would like. Right? The basic idea is we want to make sure that AI systems are safe. And I think we heard the word safe from every one of the speakers who opened this meeting. But defining safe is really hard. It's okay for, an airplane, right? It should not touch the ground unless it's supposed to. Okay? Pretty simple. But for an AI system, the variety of behavior is so enormous that defining safety is really difficult. And the boundary between safe and unsafe is not only hard to locate, but it's also very fuzzy. But what we can do is say, look, okay, we can't define it in general, at least not yet. But we can demarcate some obviously unsafe and unacceptable behaviors. So we call these red lines, or to be more specific, behavioral red lines. These are not uses of AI, like you can't use AI for, police surveillance. This is behaviors by the AI system. So the AI system isn't supposed to do surveillance. No matter who's using it, and no matter what you ask it, it should never do surveillance by itself. So some examples of these would be no self-replication, right? No breaking into other computer systems. No advising people on how to build biological weapons, right? And as with medicines, as with nuclear power, as with airplanes, as with elevators, as with buildings, as with food, the onus is on the developer to show compliance as a condition of access to the market, right? We are actually surrounded by those kinds of regulations, but we don't realize it. I mean, just when we walked into this building, we trusted that it wouldn't fall down on us. Why is that? Because someone wrote down some building codes and some engineers knew about structural integrity and all the rest of it. And mostly that system works very well. And you can't open a building, you can't allow it to be occupied unless you've complied with the building codes and been inspected. But with AI at the moment, in fact, with computer systems in general, there are no such restrictions. So this may have to change. Now, this is very, very unpopular with developers, right? The idea that there should be any barrier between their over-caffeinated early 20-year-old programmers and the billions of people out there who can be customers. The idea that there should be any barrier at all is really anathema to developers. And here's where I think the collision happens. What if the developer has no method of showing compliance because they, number one, don't understand how their own systems work, and number two, if they did, the only thing they will be able to show is that it doesn't comply, right? What happens then? Well, the developer's point of view is that then there should be no such regulations. The human race's point of view is we have no obligation to allow you to harm our members, right? We set the safety requirements on the basis of what's acceptable. And if you can't comply, well, you can comply by not building and deploying those systems. Come back when you understand what you're doing and you're ready to comply with these reasonable safety requirements. Now, we've seen this before, right? Those of you who are old enough will remember that before we had our modern airplanes, airlines were actually breeding larger and larger birds to carry passengers. And they got up to, birds with 200-foot wingspan. They were very quiet. They were very fuel efficient. You needed about 1 or 2 sheep to get across the Atlantic. But there were a lot of problems. They would drop people in the ocean or sometimes eat the passengers on the way. And so it was very, very hard for them to comply with reasonable FAA regulations about airline safety. And fortunately, the manufacturers realized that this line of technological development was never going to yield guaranteed safe air transportation. And so they said, okay, fine, we'll try something different. They went back to the drawing board and they came up with the airplanes that we're familiar with now. And that's good. That's how it should be. And I hope that we will be able to see the same events happening with artificial intelligence. I think I'll skip over this slide in the interest of time and sum up. So, as I mentioned, and as all the previous speakers mentioned, AI has vast potential to benefit humanity. But we shouldn't think of that as either or. It's not safety or benefits, right? It's not that you could have safety or you could have benefits, right? You get the benefits only if you have safety. That's really important. As far as I can see, the current approaches to AI if they succeed in producing the kind of general purpose AI that's being promised, would lead to a loss of human control. But there are other ways of building AI systems that have much better properties and are amenable to guarantees of safety. So with that, I'd just like to mention that there is an upcoming event. The International Association for Safe and Ethical AI is holding its inaugural conference in Paris just before the Action Summit, so February 6 and 7. You can go to iaesai.org. I apologize for the not very easy to remember acronym. And then you can sign up to attend the conference there. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Professor Russell, thank you for all this information and inspiring words.
Please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Secretary General's Envoy on Technology.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's a hard act to follow, and Stuart, you're leaving. All the best. I want to begin by thanking the Republic of Serbia for the warm welcome, the excellent hospitality, and the arrangements for this conference. And I want to congratulate them on taking over the chair from India. It's good to see you, Minister, and congratulations on an excellent steering of this group since we last met in New Delhi in December of 2023. Now, I have some reflections to share on behalf of the United Nations, but before that, I wanted to share some personal reflections as an engineer, as a science and technology diplomat. So back in the 1980s, in the middle of that second winter that Stuart referred to when we were finishing our engineering studies, so AI was a niche subject. And what was exciting at that time was electronics, of course, the telecom revolution that was sweeping the world. My first job was building digital radios for rural connectivity. And then software, which began to, with the advent of the internet, began to intermediate a lot of our economic and social activity. E-commerce, travel bookings, connecting with others. And we see a similar wave now. So there is a wave that's adding on to that previous wave. And this wave is different, so we should not think of this as linear progression. So this wave is fundamentally and qualitatively different from the previous wave of electronics, microelectronics, the digitization, the use of the internet as a platform for doing some of the things that companies are doing today, the shift to the cloud, which allowed companies like Salesforce to become what they are today. So don't think of this as just a continuation of Web 1.0 and Web 2.0. And I'm not going to here join the debate that Stuart has started, mentioned in terms of narrow versus general purpose AI and how it compares with human capabilities. But as a policy practitioner, what concerns me is the gap not between humans and AI in a kind of a theoretical, practical sense, but the gap between the consequences of these capabilities and the capabilities of our institutions. So whether these are national level institutions or these are international institutions, and we are, after all, in an international setting. So this is the gap that we need to be mindful of. And we also need to be mindful of in what context this very powerful wave is being introduced to the world. We are, unfortunately, in a very fragmented world. And in some ways, the fragmentation is increasing. The question on the minds of people, and you might have seen an op-ed in the Financial Times recently, when is the next trillion-dollar company going to be built, and is that going to be built in Europe? So people are thinking in terms of, oh, am I going to be hosting a trillion-dollar company or not? So the focus is very much on the economic, technological competition. And we are not talking about that today, but also the military competition, because introducing these technologies, some experience of looking at this policy space into the military domain comes with its own consequences. And the other thing we need to be mindful as policy practitioners, apart from this fragmented, competitive nature of the world today, is that we are not paying enough attention to the second, third order consequences of AI. The focus is very much on here and now in terms of applications, not just the foundational AI side of it, but the translational side, but not on the second order consequences. We might see within a few years, 3 to 5 years, more synthetic data available on the net than the real data with all its problems, its biases, its lack of diversity and so on, that we see today. So we have these existing problems of misinformation, disinformation, manipulation of behavior with these data sets, but you go forward a few years and you have a second order problem. And we might be thinking about the risks related to misinformation, disinformation today, but then medium-term risks around the shifts in the job markets. Countries that are relying on business process outsourcing today. So what happens? Because the chatbots, the AI agents are becoming more powerful, and it's a no-brainer that pretty soon, the human will be intermediated out of that. At the end of the day, LLMs are bringing forth a new labor-replacing technology, creates efficiencies, possibly immense productivity gains. But are we thinking enough about what that means in terms of the future of the workforce? What that means for education systems that are static, which take a few years to get people out of the pipeline in educational institutions. So those are the kind of second, third order consequences. And let me mention one more. In terms of when there is so much of a synthetic character to the information we get, we perceive, what happens to human relationships, social capital, societal trust? And it's not just a question of elections or misinformation, deepfakes around that, but it's a deeper question of the human connection, the social capital that is essential to the healthy functioning of any society today. So those are issues that come up in the mind as we start to discuss AI policy issues. Now, I want to correct one impression that you might carry if you just listen to me up to this point, that this person seems to be very focused on negative consequences of AI. I said I started professional life as an engineer. I'm immensely optimistic about AI opportunities. And recently, as part of the process supporting the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI, we did a survey with experts from around the world, and they highlighted some of these areas where the opportunities are immense. Acceleration of scientific discovery. You see that with the Nobel Prizes for physics and chemistry today. The potential to develop new agricultural practices for climate change resilient agriculture. Take rice farming, for example. if you could pool data from different agroclimatic zones around the world, build models around that, you could keep up with climate change-induced shifts. Many more, health, education. But almost unanimously, the experts that we polled said none of these things is earlier than 3 to 5 years away. So what you see in terms of the hype around the opportunities, that is relevant to the context of, the compute infrastructure being bought and sold, the market capitalization, the funding being raised for startups, some of the early applications in terms of workplace productivity, but none of that is going across to the SDGs areas, the Sustainable Development Goals, where the world broadly will benefit. And I have some personal experience of trying to work in the health space to use AI to address some public health issues. It is hard. Does that mean that we just wait 3 to 5 years for the capabilities to grow so that we can? No. In fact, the lesson there is that the next 3 to 5 years are a critical window to invest in AI capacity around the world so that we are ready when the capabilities grow up several notches, they are bound to, with more diverse innovation ecosystems and a less unequal AI development space. I mean, today, let's be very clear, it is very unequal. None of the African countries is in the top 50 in terms of the best international AI index, the tortoise index. And if you look at the compute that is necessary for training a modern large language model, in the top 200, you find no developing country. And if you look at the GPUs, the spread of GPUs around the world, probably about 0.2% are in Africa. So we are so AI is, in a sense, a magnifying glass for the inequalities that we have in this world. So we are introducing a very powerful technology that may amplify those inequalities unless over the next 3 to 5 years, we get our act together, invest, and make sure that when the time comes, we have the data sets. I mentioned climate change resilient agriculture, pandemic surveillance, antimicrobial resistance, many others. We have those, we have the talent. So there is a massive talent development needed, particularly at the junction of AI, computer science, and some of these other domains, agriculture science, biology, and so on. And then, of course, there is the infrastructure. And that infrastructure has to fit in with the existing layers around telecom infrastructure, connectivity, but also, as the example of India, Estonia, many other countries shows, digital public infrastructure, where you can start to make data flow in the public interest. And both public sector players and private sector can play on those infrastructures. So we need to think about the infrastructure requirements in those terms, and also in terms of energy consumption. What makes sense for large language models? What makes sense for smaller, medium-sized models, which can be translated into different domains, particularly in tune with cultural and linguistic diversity around the world. I come from a country with thousands of languages, a lot of rich cultural diversity, so we have to preserve that diversity. So those are the kind of things that we need to think about in the next 3 to 5 years. So forgive me these personal reflections, and now I start with my UN pitch. It won't be long. So at the summit, the future, in September 2024, after 2 years of work, 193 member states agreed on the Global Digital Compact. This is a landmark in many ways. It's an updated vision on international cooperation around digital and emerging technologies. And it is more of a landmark because it contains 3, potentially 5 foundational decisions on artificial intelligence. So the first one is an independent international scientific panel on AI, so that we have regular, fastly iterated assessments of the capabilities. I mean, Stuart spoke to us about some capabilities, but how many people actually know? And who do we trust when we hear about these developments? So you need something like the IPCC, but that's not quite the analogy that I want to leave in your minds. That allows us to constantly build an understanding. And most importantly, so that we have science and evidence-based policy making. It's not policy making in the dark. It's not policy making that swings from very tight regulation to total laissez-faire. It's wise and appropriate. And we are very proud, and Matthew Corman mentioned this, to be working with the OECD on this issue. Ulrich, you and I have issued a joint statement. We are working on an agreement, so we'll work in collaboration with OECD, GPAI, and other players in this space so that the world has those constant assessments and they can inform both the opportunity side and the risk side. The second important decision is on a policy dialogue. Now, we may all in this fragmented world take our respective approaches to the governance of AI. Some will be tighter, some will be looser, but I think we need a space with due respect to the sovereignty of those different jurisdictional approaches. We need a space, an inclusive space, where we can dialogue about those. We can learn from each other's experiences, good and bad. We can develop a common vocabulary, and most importantly, we can anchor those governance efforts in our shared norms, the UN Charter, the Sustainable Development Goals, agreements on gender, the environment, and many other areas can be brought to bear this. So you create an interplay of soft and hard norms, which create some accountability. I mean, we can come at accountability from different directions. In some narrow areas, harder norms, but broadly, I think we need to have this kind of international learning platform, grounding in shared norms, etc. The third decision is on capacity building. So the urgency of investments into capacity building on AI so that government officials, parliamentarians, and others have the policy-making capacity, but also scientists and innovators have access to compute, have access to data and talent development programs, so that we can have a more diverse AI innovation ecosystem where we can focus more on the translation side as well, health, agriculture, mentioned a few areas. And here the Secretary General of the United Nations, my boss, has been asked to come back with some options on how to resource this. And there are interesting parallels. Clara, the French minister, was here earlier with the focus that the French AI Action Summit has on public interest AI. So it's an idea whose time has come, that we need some kind of an international pooling of resources so that this place can be democratized, made more inclusive and empowering. Not in a top-down manner, so this is not like some of the earlier initiatives in capacity building in health and so on, where you push down some things, but it's more like a bottom-up, empowerment type of an approach. And then there are some considerations around data, because today the marketplace for data, especially training data, is very restricted. And good quality data is going to run out. And many websites that earlier allowed data to be scraped easily, they are now wiser, they're shutting down. So how do we shape the data marketplace for the future? I think that's a very important consideration. A conversation is going to start in the Commission on Science and Technology for Development around all these aspects of data, interoperability, data flows with trust, and the notion of data commons, where you start to pool some of these high-quality data sets with very specific areas of application. Stuart mentioned those, the standard model, as he put it, the narrower AI. Now, I want to end by mentioning a last point about the importance of this path-breaking agreement among the 193 member states. And that's that AI governance, data governance, of course they go hand in hand, they have to be anchored in a wider framework of digital cooperation and governance, where we also look at digital trust and safety issues in terms of misinformation, disinformation. We look at human rights online. We look at the role of an inclusive digital economy, because the opportunity is there, but how do we make sure that everyone around the world, especially those living in developing countries, can access that opportunity? So we should not allow the AI discussion to become siloed, super specialized in a sense. It has to be part of this broader discussion. And we would be happy to continue our collaboration with GPAI, which is an excellent multi-stakeholder platform. You're going through a change, as is obvious, since July, and the UN will continue to stand by you, not only we at UN headquarters, but also my colleagues in the agencies, funds and programs, UNESCO, ITU, UNDP. And we would work together so that all those words that are hard to define, we get a better understanding of what's safe, what's beneficial, what is human-centric, what's empowering, what's sustainable, and what leads us at the end of the day. All our problems that really matter to us, they are in the analog world. The answers are there as well. Technology is an enabler. It's always a human social construct. So let's make sure that it stays that way. And all the best for your deliberations over the next 2 days. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your vision, Mr. Sinjil.
Please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Jitin Prasada, Honorable Minister of State of Electronics and Information Technology.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief, unlike the lengthy and informative, but two previous speakers, Professor and my friend, Mr. Gill. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everyone joining us today, both in person and virtually. It is an honor and privilege to address you on behalf of the Government of India at this significant gathering. I extend my gratitude to the Government of Serbia for hosting this pivotal forum, emphasizing the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in shaping our collective future. Today, as we celebrate the global partnership on AI, we stand united in our shared commitment to advancing AI that is safe, secure, and trustworthy. This collaboration platform is more than a technical initiative. It is a mission to harness AI as a force for good, addressing the pressing challenges of our time. Allow me to echo the visionary words of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who said at the GPAI summit in New Delhi, and I quote, "AI is becoming the biggest basis for sculpting the new future. As AI can connect people, it not only ensures economic development, but also ensures equality and social justice," unquote. This profound statement encapsulates the sense of AI as a transformative enabler, capable of bridging divides, uplifting communities, and driving sustainable development. Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, India has transformed into a digital and innovative powerhouse. From being the world's 10th largest economy in 2014 to the 5th largest today, we are on track to becoming the 3rd largest by the end of this decade. This growth is underpinned by a vibrant ecosystem of over 150,000 startups, including about 100+ unicorns, and a robust digital infrastructure connecting 1.2 billion telecom subscribers, 900 million internet users, and 600 million smartphone subscribers. Building on this foundation, India envisions AI as the next pillar of social progress. Through the India AI mission, we are investing $1.2 billion to democratize AI access, enhance data quality, and foster indigenous capabilities. Initiatives like Future Skills Prime are equipping millions with the skills needed to thrive in our AI-driven world. India's approach to AI is guided by the principles of AI for all, ensuring that AI serves as a tool for social inclusion, economic growth, and human welfare. From improving healthcare diagnostics in rural areas to enabling precision agriculture, AI is already transforming lives. Equally, India recognizes the importance of ethical AI, as my previous speakers have all spoken about. Through the GPAI and the adoption of the G20 framework on systems of digital public infrastructure, India is shaping global conversations on AI governance, ensuring that technology aligns with values of equality, inclusivity, and transparency. As the first developing country to assume the leadership of GPAI, India emphasizes the need for global collaboration. These challenges we face, climate change, public health crisis, economic disparities, demand shared solutions. AI holds the potential to address these challenges, but it must be developed and deployed responsibly. India's experience with the digital public infrastructure serves as a blueprint for this mission by ensuring scalability, interoperability, and accessibility. Our GPAI has empowered citizens and inspired global recognition. Just as GPAI made services more inclusive, AI can become a global equalizer, bringing opportunities to undeserved populations worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of AI is in our hands. By fostering international cooperation, prioritizing ethical development, and ensuring inclusivity, we can harness AI to create a better world for all. As we pass the GPAI presidency baton to Serbia and Slovakia, I am confident their leadership will elevate this partnership, driving meaningful progress in AI governance and innovation. Let us remain united in our commitment to AI for humanity, AI that uplifts, empowers, and connects us all. Together, we can shape a future where technology truly works for the betterment of our society. With these words, I end, and I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Prasada. Please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Ivan Ivanchin, State Secretary in the Ministry of Informatization of the Slovak Republic.
Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering. I would like to also extend my gratitude to our host, beautiful Republic of Serbia, for their warm welcome and also excellent organization of this important event. I think that we can all agree that artificial intelligence is one of the most transformative forces of our time. Its potential to enhance well-being, economic growth, and address humanity's most pressing challenges is undeniable. Yet to realize this potential, we must ensure AI develops in a safe, trustworthy, and inclusive manner, guided by shared principles and frameworks. I am proud that Slovakia has been re-elected as the chair country of the OECD Working Party on artificial intelligence governance shortly ago. This continues our leadership in global AI governance, a role we first embraced in 2019 during our presidency of the OECD Council. When the OECD AI principles, one of the first comprehensive global frameworks, were adopted. This year we led a successful revision of these principles on a working level. The GPAI initiative, an integrated partnership embedded with the OECD, is uniquely positioned to navigate the complex AI landscape. By bringing together countries, experts, and stakeholders, GPAI fosters collaboration that transcends national borders and sectors. It provides a vital platform to align on human-centric principles of AI governance, ensuring its benefits are equitably distributed and its risks responsibly managed. Slovakia is deeply committed to these goals. As a member to GPAI and proud co-chair of this initiative, we recognize both the responsibility and the opportunity to shape the global AI agenda. We firmly believe that collaboration is a key to addressing the multi-faced challenges posed by AI, from ensuring its ethical use to tackling issues of safety, security, and also social impact. As an OECD and EU member state, Slovakia is committed to fostering a dynamic environment for AI innovation while ensuring its responsible development. On an international level, we do our best to serve wider needs of the international community, building a consensus on AI governance where possible. We continue working with many of you also on a bilateral basis, including with professional associations and engineering communities. In our discussion today and in the future, I encourage us to think boldly and act collectively. AI governance frameworks must not only be robust, but also adaptable to the rapidly evolving nature of this field. Furthermore, inclusivity must be prioritized by engaging diverse voices, including smaller nations and underrepresented groups in these critical discussions. I'm looking forward also to the French AI Action Summit, building on previous UK and Korean AI safety summits, where we will meet with others to take a look at how to harness AI's potential. Slovakia is currently awaiting the design of the monitor mechanism and advancement models of the OECD. I'm particularly pleased that Slovakia is about to be confirmed as the host country for the upcoming GPAI Council in 2025. It will be the greatest honor to welcome you all in Bratislava. Together, we will deepen our cooperation, showcase progress, and reaffirm our shared commitment to advancing AI for the benefit of all. Slovakia is ready to provide a platform for meaningful dialogue and innovation. Finally, let us remember that our ultimate goal is not merely technological advancement, but the creation of the future where technology enhances human dignity, equality, and also prosperity. Together, we can shape an AI-driven future that is safe, equitable, and human-centered. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ivancin.
I would like to invite you all for a short coffee break in the hall, and we are continuing with the program at 5 p.m. with the panel Unlocking AI Potential, the Role of Government in Global Innovation.
Enjoying coffee. Dragi gosti, molimo vas samo da zauzmete vaše mesta. Dear guests, please take your place. Okay, we are ready? Yes? Okay. Welcome back on the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit in Belgrade and panel Unlocking AI Potential, the Role of Governments in Global Innovation, which will delve into the critical role of governments in driving global AI innovation while ensuring responsible development.
Our distinguished guest will discuss police approaches to unlock AI's transformative potential, foster international collaboration, and build ecosystem that support ethical, inclusive, and sustainable innovation. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Stefan Baja, advisor to the President of Parliament of the Republic of Serbia, as moderator.
And our distinguished panelists. Her Excellency, Mrs. Jelena Begović, Minister of Science, Technological Development and Innovation of Serbia. Her Excellency Clara Šapaz, Minister for Artificial Intelligence and the Digital Economy of the French Republic. Mr. Jitin Prasada, Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology. And Mr. Ulrik Westgaard Knudsen, OECD Deputy Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for staying. I know we're a bit behind schedule, so we'll try to make this panel a bit shorter, but it's a great pleasure to be here and to moderate this panel. I think it's great that we have representatives from all over the world in the Serbian hall today, and for us it's a great honor to be part of Global Partnership on AI. I just want to personally reflect to the point that 2 years ago we were discussing with Lawrence from Singapore, should we join GPAI or not? He encouraged us to join, and then we felt very proud that we became members, but now that we are chairing the organization, it's even bigger pleasure and biggest honor to have that. So today we want to discuss the panel as it's framed, Unlocking AI Potential, the Role of the Government in Global Innovation. We really want to touch upon how governments can empower and develop AI through projects and to developing the ecosystem. And of course, we want to reflect on how we need to regulate AI, how to use it safely, and how to be citizen-centric in that. And I think it's a great honor of mine to introduce today's panelists. Our first panelist is Jelena Begović, Serbian Minister of Science and Technological Development and Innovation. She's a renowned molecular geneticist, and she has been working for over 2 decades for advancing science innovation, publishing in very distinguished journals. She was the director of Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering for 8 years. And she's a driving force behind Serbia's new AI strategy and Bio4 campus. And I think she exemplifies how scientific expertise can shape and transform government policies. I'd like to welcome Jelena. Also here with us, we have Carla Šapaz, French Minister for Artificial Intelligence and the Digital. She brings extensive leadership from e-commerce and startup to her current role. She used to be head of French tech, and she's doing a lot to advance France's AI and digital transformation agenda. She's deeply committed to fostering innovation, supporting development of tech ecosystem, and championing gender equality within the digital economy. She exemplifies how inclusive leadership can drive meaningful progress in technology and society. And I'm very honored to introduce Minister Jitin Prasada from India. He's a Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology. He has a very strong background in commerce and policy. He has played a key role in India's efforts to develop and harness AI for economic growth and job creation. He has extensive experience in governments, having served in several ministerial roles over his distinguished career. And finally, our, I would say, co-host from OECD, Ulrik Westergaard Knudsen. He's the Deputy Secretary of OECD. He oversees his organization's strategic direction on digital and technological transformation, global relations, and trade. He's a champion for gender equality and diversity. Mr. Knudsen has been instrumental in shaping global policy discussion, including chairing OECD's Global Strategy Group. So thank you all for being here. I'm very honored to moderate this panel. And I would really like to open up with the first question that is directed to everyone as well, regarding innovations and how they are key to harnessing AI potential. So I would like you to say from your own countries, your own examples, what are some of the most impactful actions that governments can take to foster AI innovation and to build thriving ecosystem in the process? So Jelena, if you can start.
Thank you. Okay, it's working. So I think today's event is the best example how the governments really can help. Governments do have the strength to put all the stakeholders that are important in this process, and that means all of us. The governments, the politics, the private sector, industry, academic sector, civil society, and the citizens. So this is a great power of the government when we are talking about such a powerful and really disruptive technology like artificial intelligence. So what the government can do, they can do a lot. I will start, since I do have a scientific background and I am a true believer that investment in knowledge and R&D is crucial for the development of society, for the development of the economy, for the development of our whole planet. So constant and increased investments in research and development connected to the AI. We already have the tools, we already have the AI tools, but in parallel we have to develop and we have to keep developing other areas that are important for the implementation of AI. So we have to keep the whole system alive and very well financed. The second thing is infrastructure. So infrastructure when it comes to the physical or digital infrastructure. For instance, in Serbia we have built, and we have already for 4 years, national data center with NVIDIA supercomputer. How it is assisting innovation? Well, this NVIDIA supercomputer, the data storage potential of this data center is given to all of our R&D centers, so faculties, universities, also research institutes, to use it for the development, for the research, for the development of innovation, but also we're giving this infrastructure to all of our startups, because they cannot really and they should not invest in infrastructures like this. Recently, I visited in Bologna, their national data center with Leonardo, one of the most powerful supercomputers, which is also given to the research community and to the entrepreneurs and startup ecosystem to boost their innovations. The third quite important part, and it is government responsibility, that is the support to talents and education. So we need more education, starting from the elementary school, like what Serbia did in 2017, introducing obligatory coding like Python and other programming languages to become part of the regular educational process. Then secondary, high school, but this is just one part of the education. The second part is how we should educate our public. So we are creating new generations that will live in new reality with AI, but also we have to give educational support to our citizens, how to use and how to see the benefits of using an application of AI. The second thing is also regulatory part. I think we will discuss that later on. And the third, maybe quite important thing, it's about collaboration, international collaboration. So we have to bring all the countries around one table, all the organizations. I think GPAI now with OECD, strengthened with OECD, can really be a driving force to regulate and to define the application and the usage of AI on a global level, because fragmentation it can be a huge problem, and we saw that with some previous technology for the artificial intelligence with its own huge potential, and with application in all aspects of our life, we need more collaboration through research projects, but also more collaboration on regulatory issue, and I will just stop here.
Thank you very much. Let's hear about the French experience.
Yeah, thank you for having us join the discussion. Very happy to be here at this very important summit. Coming back to your question, I think first and foremost, government have a very big responsibility in being ahead of those innovations. I think everyone knows ChatGPT turned 2 this weekend, but probably no one in the room who was in the government position waited for ChatGPT to arrive in everyone's life to start thinking about this technology and how transformative AI would be for our citizens. And that's probably responsibility number one, being ahead of the change that's going to happen, so we give us the right tools, the right resources, the right focus to make sure that when those technologies come around, we're ready to get all the benefits for our citizens worldwide. Two, I mean, very similar to what has been said, develop a vision for this technology is probably number 2 responsibility. I've heard a lot about how it's important to have the benefits towards everyone. This has definitely been the vision that we've built for France since the very first national strategy for AI back in 2018. Let's make sure that the way we look at this technology is in building a technology that will be inclusive, ethical, but also more sustainable, because this is the way we see the technology can have the most beneficial impact on the world. And this is a vision that we feel particularly passionate about. And 3, once we've identified this technology, define how we want to go after it, make sure that we put everything we can to have a real chance to develop the technology in the way that is aligned with our vision. So for us, very similar to Serbia was talents. We're very lucky in France that we have amazing universities, especially when it comes to mathematics, which is definitely an edge when it comes to AI. So let's double down on those universities. Let's make sure that we build AI clusters at the front of the technology everywhere in the country, then give them the infrastructure, number 2, that they need, computing facilities, data. We have clean nuclear energy, so that's again an edge to make sure we can train those models. And 3, develop an ecosystem, which will bring along a lot of startups that can build the technology. So in France, we have Mistral AI, that maybe a lot of you have heard about in the room, and H, all those companies that are the frontier of the technology. But that doesn't end there, because if the government stops and say, okay, now we have the models, we have the companies in healthcare, in climate change, in whatever field that is so transformative, but you don't think through, how do I make sure that people actually use this technology? You're kind of missing the point. And that's why our national AI strategy has been focused lately on making sure that we build a bridge between having a technology that everyone is kind of aware of, but everyone is scared about, or not everyone, but a lot of citizens are still scared about. And that anxiety, which is very normal because everyone looking at new technology can feel this way. And what can we do to make people feel safer using it? And regulation here is a tool to create this trust and this confidence. But also, what can we do to drive adoption in our companies, with our doctors, in our schools, making sure that everywhere we look at, we speed up this adoption so we can get the most benefits. And to that extent, definitely collaboration is a super critical piece. So we'll host, and I'm sure we'll come back on it, but we'll host an international summit February 10th and 11th, where I'll be delighted to see that many of you as possible there, to see how do we drive this vision forward globally, and how do we collaborate to unlock all those challenges and make the benefits come to us faster.
Great, thank you very much. And please, can we hear from India, their experience in developing AI ecosystems?
Thank you. A lot has been said by my 2 previous colleagues, and more or less I can tell you what India is working on the similar lines. And you know, generally for all purposes, when our government came back for the 3rd consecutive time, we've had this slogan of minimum government, maximum governance. But as far as AI goes, the government does have a significant role to ensure that it's headed in the right direction. The speakers that you heard earlier today have outlined the positives, but also have said a lot about the risks involved. And for that, any government has to be very, very treading cautiously as to how to go about in a fashion, especially in a country like India, where the numbers are phenomenal. We have about, like I said in earlier one of the sessions, that we have about 900 million people on the net and about 600 million on smartphones. With that kind of numbers, but we also, on the other hand, have 500 million not on the net. So to get them on board, AI would be that handle, especially with the voice and language models that will enable those people who still haven't got access to be on board. But India is going and has launched this India AI mission with an outlay of about $1.2 billion. And we have 7 pillars. The focus, of course, is people-centric, where the priority of our government in India is to ensure that we democratize the access to data sets, and as well as on the other side ensure the privacy of our citizens' data is maintained. And that balance has to be figured out between innovation and the government's role in regulating AI. We also have in India comparatively a very good number in the skilled manpower. We have the data, but now we are looking at the AI resources with GPUs, with the public-private partnership that the government intends to move ahead with, so that is not a problem in times to come. And of course, we've special outlay for our startups in AI. There is a sizable budgetary allocation for that. We also are going through the process of skilling our people in the various colleges and universities that we have. And that is a priority because job creation, I believe, there's a big debate whether jobs will be cut or jobs will increase. So I'm the one who's advocating the job increase in times to come with AI. And for that, we are focusing on future skills, training for our students and future generations. So they are easily employable and income generation is there. And then, of course, and what's been talked about, it has to be inclusive. It cannot be only for a select few. It has the benefits. It has the power to transform societies and transform lives for the better. And we are in India are headed that way to ensure that we do use this technology to ensure that the person on the last mile is benefited and he does see what the government intends to do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's great to hear your perspective now from OECD. OECD has been running AI Outlook and platform where we can see different policies from all over the world, the AI Observatory. So I think if you can share some of the maybe bright examples in this area and what OECD is doing on this.
Well, thank you very much. I can't give you my country perspective because, as you said, I am representing, normally 38 countries, but I feel on this occasion at the GPAI Summit, really 44 countries. And I think maybe the best way to answer this is to ground my answer in the AI principles, because they are at the very core of this new OECD GPAI integrated framework. And the AI principles actually come with 5 recommendations for what governments and IOs can do. And I'll just run through them very, very briefly, because I think they're super relevant also today. And they do also sit very well with what's already been said in this panel. But the first government responsibility is to invest in AI research and development. We've heard a lot about the potential for when it comes to productivity, innovation, competition, health, education, climate. But I think it is a responsibility for governments to make sure that if there are cases where private investment is not enough, you can bridge that with public investment, but also to make sure that some targeted measures could be needed for innovation hubs and other things. So that's it. You have to make sure, that's the first one. You have to make sure there's enough investment in research and development. I think that should be on everyone's mind. Second is how to foster an inclusive AI-enabling ecosystem. This is not only about physical infrastructure, this is of course also about digital infrastructure. If you don't have that in place, and that is in many countries a public good, you cannot always rely on the private sector to sort of take care of that. So here an interplay between public and private is extremely important. And this recommendation goes very much to the heart of what everyone's been saying today about making innovation both trustworthy and safe and inclusive, because if we don't have that infrastructure in place, be that digital or physical, I don't think we will be able to address the digital divides that you all three spoke of before me, whether those divides are, in terms of gender or age or rural areas compared to cities. So very important as well. Then you have to shape and enable an interoperable governance and policy environment. What does that mean basically? I think it means that you find or strike the right balance between making sure that you enable innovation, but at the same time protect your citizens from some of the risks that we've also heard about, even from the very opening panel today. Different countries have different approaches to this, but I think everyone can agree that smart regulation is perhaps the key to getting us to strike that balance. There are different tools. You can use their sandbox regulation and so on, because this is a moving target. Then fourthly, you have to build the human capacity. And you, my Indian colleague, you also talked about upskilling and all of that. This is, of course, hugely important to our economies, to our labor markets, to our future societies. There is real concern out there that AI could transform labor markets in a way that's not beneficial to all. So we have to make sure that we get everyone ready, not necessarily to code, but to understand what this new AI-enabled labor market entails. It's about better entrepreneurship, better jobs, and also ensuring, again, that the benefits from AI are shared widely and evenly across society. And then the fifth thing, which is perhaps the most important one, especially today and very close to my heart, international cooperation. You have to make sure that you're ready to enter into international cooperation. We already now see a very, very crowded space out there when it comes to governing AI, G20, G7, UNESCO, ITU, the UN Advisory Board, the Council of Europe, OECD, GPAI. The list goes on, the new AI Safety Institute collaboration. There is a lot out there. Is it too much? Maybe, but they all serve different purposes. And we also have to understand that there are different values, there are different regions, there are different approaches to how we should govern AI. So to me, the key word here is interoperability, because I think the train already left the stations if we wanted to have sort of a GATT or WTO for AI, where everyone around the world followed exactly the same rules. I think we will do wise to strive for certain minimum standards because of the importance of this to mankind, but there will be different regulatory systems. I think an important job for us at the OECD, an important job for GPAI, is to make sure that these regulatory systems are interoperable to the benefit of citizens, society, and the global economy. And by the way, and let me end there, GPAI is not only relevant in this fifth recommendation on international cooperation, GPAI will also be relevant when it comes to how we understand the other four recommendations around the AI principles that I mentioned.
Great, thank you. I think we'll touch upon
Sorry
that.
for being a bit long, but you threatened that you would brief, to make this panel more brief, so I wanted to make sure we got...
Sorry, we'll try to summarize it in ChatGPT next time so we can be briefer. But yeah, but I think it's great that we touched upon mostly about talent development, infrastructure development, which is crucial from sides of the governments to do. But as we all know, I think now the most frequent topic is regulation. And I think it's great that we have here Serbia as a country that wants to become a member of EU, France as someone who is leading EU efforts on developing AI, India as a country that has a huge market developing on its own. So I think there are different approaches to regulatory frameworks here, and everybody's trying to find the best way to approach development of AI, but also regulation of AI. There is a lot of fear in different countries. It's different, but I think there is fear between citizens of AI, what it's going to do. So maybe I would like to start with Mr. Shapaz, because I think EU AI Act is the most comprehensive and the most recent regulatory piece that we have, and I think just to see from other panelists as well how we can, as countries, how can they develop innovation and regulate it at the same time. So, please.
It's a very important topic, because coming back to the challenges that we all face as nation is how do we get this technology faster into people's hands. The question of trust is quite critical, and how do we give this trust to our citizens that they can use this technology in a way that they feel comfortable with. And so this is where regulation comes in place. And I'm saying that because I think oftentimes we look at governments and we say, oh, governments regulate. Yeah, but like we don't regulate for the sake of regulating. That's not how things work. We regulate because there is an objective behind it. And the objective, I think we all share, is how do we get all the benefits of AI? And this is the view we, France as a country, have been pushing for very strongly during all the discussion around EU AI Act, that we need to obviously give this trust and confidence through regulation and through making sure that the EU can bring a certain number of rules on the use of AI models and qualify them if, like, some of the usage are obviously unacceptable, like social ratings would be something we just don't want AI to work on in Europe, and some are very practical use of AI, like, I don't know, helping whatever industrial company looking at ways to improve their processes. But beyond this this mindset, the number one priority for Europe is first and foremost to innovate. So that's been something that finding the right balance between giving this confidence so that people can use the tools, but also making sure we don't create a framework that is so hard for companies to navigate, especially smaller companies who don't have an army of lawyers to go and understand those regulations, because a lot of innovation will come from those small companies. And so how do we make sure that the balance is found? And I think we found, and we think we've found something quite balanced with the EU Act, so that we can still first and foremost innovate. There was a report made by Mario Draghi about European Union that I'm sure a lot of people in the room have read through. But where we stand today when it comes to the challenges ahead and the potential of Europe, number one priority is unleashing innovation. And how to do that in a way that is aligned with the vision I mentioned, so being trustworthy, inclusive, more sustainable, but still innovate is first and foremost the priority.
Do you have any examples, because it was recently adopted already? I know there are some features from ChatGPT that are not being used in EU because of EU Act. So are there, like, do you feel now already, are there some things that could be done differently, or?
Yeah, that's a good question you're asking, because the EU AI Act is not implemented yet.
Yeah, officially,
So the framework is there, but now we're working at European level on putting this text into application and making sure that in the way we go with it, we maintain this balance I mentioned. But yeah, in that conversation, we should be aware of the point you just mentioned, that there has been other set of laws. So, for example, the discussion now on some of the features that might not be available in Europe are mostly focused on RGPD, so the data, like the use of personal data. But we need to find the right way to bring this trust to our citizens, because this is just the way Europe operates. And if you want to operate in Europe, you have to follow a certain set of rules, and that's beneficial for our citizens, because they live in a society which is proud to have those rules, the same way you go in the street and you have to respect a certain set of rules. So this is exactly the same on a digital level, but doing it in a way that is not going to slow down innovation is definitely something we pay attention to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Prasad, if you can bring your example.
Thank you. You're right. All politicians like us do the balancing act, and my colleague from France is doing the same, where it is a very big challenge between stifling innovation and regulation. So you have to strike the right balance, the right chord. And in India, I can tell you, our focus is on ensuring that we prioritize user harm prevention. So that's the key, where everything moves. But at the same time, we're trying to ensure that the problems that come with such a situation is that you always thought of it as an afterthought. So rather than being reactive, we should be more proactive. And in our designs, we should ensure that we, as much as possible, because it's so evolving, and governments are just playing hard to catch up. So, trying to be ahead of the curve is a big, big task. But it should be more agile, the governance patterns where you build in to detect, spend on R&D to detect deep fakes, or you have these watermarks to ensure that this is AI generated for the people to know. And with these kind of initiatives, you could make some headway. And in India also, we have just passed our Digital Personal Data Protection Act, the DPDP Act, which again is a balance where we don't stifle innovation, but protecting the data of our citizens and their safety is a priority. And even consent should be fair and informed, because you've usually seen you get that option and you're literally forced to click and say, I accept. But that's not the way forward. So when you are asking for consent on data, the citizens have to be more informed, and it should be fair. And of course, global cooperation, exchanging best practices, and we hope to get more insights in February in Paris when we do come for that and figure out what's happening in EU and exact the nuances and details of the act that you have, and the various good practices and the challenges that are being faced in. Thank you.
And what is what is your plan for AI regulation? Do you have any laws that you want to plan anytime soon, other than data protection law that you mentioned?
I told you about data protection, where the act has been passed and the rules are being in the process of being formed, and we will, put them for public consultation and queries, and then only will we be moving forward.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to the conversation, which is we're looking at a technology that is moving so fast that for countries to be able to regulate and bring that safety to our citizens, there's one very important piece, which GPAI is definitely the place where things happen, is making sure that government heads can be in touch with the scientifics that are working on this technology, the companies, but also the experts, and bringing everyone together. And that's also the aim of the summit in France, in Paris, February 10th and 11th, 2025. Is extremely important, because it goes so fast that the last thing you want is to have governments being in their own rooms trying and figuring out, what do I do with this technology? So very supportive, obviously, of what's going on here during the 2 days, and looking forward to continue these discussions, because we need this. We need this exposure, we need this discussion, we need this collaboration to make sure we go in the right direction.
Great, thank you. Maybe from OECD's perspective, from the global perspective, I think we have covered with Serbia, France, and India a lot of different perspectives. Maybe some other countries that we didn't mention have different regulation, like Japan or others, different approaches, if you can mention that. Or
I wanted to tease Clara a little bit now that she came in a second time, but she said earlier that nobody wants to regulate just to regulate, and if the French say that, it has to be true, right? We have, even within our membership, we have these discussions. Are we Europeans? Are we regulating too much? Are the Americans regulating too little? We don't have the exact same, idea of what the right balance is, and that's fair enough. I think we can handle that. There are different traditions in terms of regulation, but where I don't think we should differ is whether we go for smart regulation and dumb regulation. And of course, that sounds banal, but honestly, that is what we do at the OECD. That is what we're going to do at GPAI. We're going to compare best practices. We're going to use the evidence. We're going to talk to the experts. We're going to convene a lot of stakeholders, business community, academia, the labor market and so on, to find out what works, what is smart regulation. And I think on that we will all be able to agree, because Clara is right. This is moving so quickly that even if we do come up with the best and the smartest regulation and we strike the exact balance, the right balance, we will still be playing a catch-up game. So this is why it's so important that we collaborate. And then just maybe one more thing that we think is important is that in order for us to succeed, and we're never going to succeed 100% because we're playing this catch-up game, but in order for us to catch up as much as possible with developments in our regulation, we need to measure. That is also a core competence of the OECD. This is why we have the OECD AI Policy Observatory. This is why we have the incidence monitor, because we cannot afford not to learn from our mistakes, and we cannot afford not to learn from each other's best practices, and even worse practices.
What would you say is like the smart regulation that we have so far on AI? Is it EU AI Act smart regulation from your perspective?
That's a difficult one. I'm not gonna fall in that trap. But what is smart regulation is regulation that's based on evidence. But then it's also regulation. No matter if you want to regulate a lot or not so much, there has to be clarity. Because I think one thing that be that the labor market or be that businesses, entrepreneurs, one thing that everyone can agree to, even if you go for a little bit more regulation, a little bit less, is that regulation is not only smart, but that it's clear, that the markets know exactly what they can do and what they can do. So clarity, smartness, and measuring, those are three extremely important terms if we want to be as close to being up to date as possible with development.
I fully agree. I think it's very difficult sometimes to be specific on these things. For us, like when we were developing our ethical guidelines in Serbia for AI, it took us like 2-3 months to write them down, but then it took us like 9 months to write down like Q&A and manuals, because it's difficult. It's nice to like agree upon high level, but then if you go into specifics,
I can tell you one thing that is extremely good about the EU AI Act, and that's the AI systems definition, because we created that at the OECD.
I know. Yeah, that's true. That's the smartest part of the law. And now to hear from Serbia's perspective, having a balancing act, now wanting to join EU, but then wanting to be ahead of the curve with innovation. So Jelena, please, if you can tell us what...
Well, we are balancing in everything, so we have to balance also between the regulation and not suffocating the innovation. So there are some challenges that should be addressed when we speak about this. So should we over-regulate it and really suffocate, slow down the innovation, or under-regulate it? So we face another challenge, of ethical breaches. And that's the tough one. So, for instance, EU AI Act is foreseeing the risk assessment. So the companies which are, let's say, in high risk should be more stringently regulated, and those who are at low risk should be given greater freedom. But we have to be, I think, smart, fast, and flexible. So I do expect that this will turn out to be good solution, or it will be needed to change. It will have to change, and we will learn on the way. We are facing extremely fast developing technology, and even the technology that has a potential of, let's say, self-evolving, which is another challenge, another burden to this topic. So far we had new technologies, and we were like, they were 1 or 2 steps ahead of us, and we were lagging behind, but not so much. With this technology, we are facing a potential to really lag 5 steps behind or more. So I do think that, first of all, collaboration and listening to what we are all saying here on the stage, I think more or less we agree definitely on the same principles, like they should be mandatory, transparency, accountability, fairness, humans should be in the center of this technology, inclusivity. So this should be like mandatory parts of any regulations. with maybe some different flavors added to it due to the culture, economy, or the systems. And we should not burden our companies, particularly innovative companies, with a lot of bureaucracy when it comes to this. But also, we have to regulate. We have to use different models like sandboxes that should give freedom, for at least some freedom to the companies that they can develop their AI. But again, we have to regulate and we have to agree on a global level, because if we have too deep gaps, too much fragmentation, then, you know, regulating in a perfect manner in one region, and then you have other regions that are completely different in regulations, you are facing the risk of maybe losing companies. So that has the impact on your development, and we all want to develop, we all want to grow. So this continuous growth and economical development requires some kind of a global regulation. This is why it's important, as you mentioned, to put all the stakeholders, more knowledge, more science, more evidence-based knowledge when it comes to the decision-making on regulation and international collaboration. So I think we should all be around one table. So I think that it's a great opportunity even for Serbia, for chairing with our colleagues from Slovakia next year, to really put on the table and to use the opportunity in February at the conference summit in France, to really put this on the table and push it forward, because I don't think that we have too much time.
No, that's true, and I think like even today in opening address, the head of parliament said that Serbia wants to champion applications. So like when you create regulation now, do you have any specific applications that you want to regulate a bit differently to be ahead of the curve?
Well, what we are foreseeing definitely, we have AI on one side as disruptive technology, but also in parallel we're seeing tremendous development of biotech, for instance, biotechnology and life sciences, particularly biotechnology, which is quite powerful technology. It's been with us for 30 years, but now due to technological breakthroughs and developments in engineering and technologies, it's really growing at the same pace as the AI, with a huge impact also on our everyday life. Now what we're foreseeing, that the merging between these two technologies is already happening, and it will happen in next 5 to 10 years rapidly. So it will open new fields and new challenges for new type of regulation. So we have to be flexible, and we have to be fast, and we have to follow these technologies, and at least in this case to be maybe one step ahead of this, what is going definitely to happen. This is why we're building the Bio4 campus, for instance, in Serbia, as a place where life sciences, particularly biosciences and IT and AI, will see the momentum of that merging, and we're putting all the stakeholders from the government, from the educational system, research institutes, startup ecosystem, R&Ds of companies, industry, regulators, all at one side to follow and to foresee what is coming.
Thank you. I think we don't have a timer here, so time flies. We have time only for one question. And I want to discuss international collaboration, specifically around GPAI and also the AI Action Summit that is coming in. But I think we already discussed this a lot on a high level, that we agreed we need international collaboration. But I think maybe now we can use this opportunity, especially because there is a ministerial meeting tomorrow. From your perspective, when we discuss about GPAI and what are like some of the specific things that GPAI could do, what would be the highlights and things that you think GPAI can do better than others or should do? We have expert support centers here. I would also like to invite everyone to look at the projects that are showcasing today and tomorrow. I think that's a great example of what GPAI is doing so far. But now I would like to start with Mr. Prasada, as so India is chairing GPAI now, and it has focused on agriculture and AI, and it has also funded an institute now through GPAI. But what are some of the things that you think for the future of GPAI next couple of years we should do as to be as specific as possible? Thanks.
Yeah, you're right. GPAI is going to be playing an important role in years to come, and India has just handed over the presidency to Serbia, and we're looking at that the membership does increase from the limited number of 44, because after all, international cooperation is key and boundaries, it's beyond boundaries, it's faceless. And, you know, the challenges, which has been also said in the previous speakers earlier today, that about 90% of it is controlled by 5-6 countries. And that should be the way forward, where we look at GPA and other OECD and the UN of bridging the digital divide. And R&D is going to be playing a major role where, you know, it has to be ensured that access is available to not only a few, but to all. And organizations such as this, you know, see some concrete results happening and only not becoming talking shops, which is very important, falling into that trap. So my concern is that what has been discussed and what is the way we're taking it forward, we should, you know, take in mind the views of the global south. And that should be the priority of ensuring that AI is for all. And that is what India believes.
Great, thank you. Now from OECD, I think now OECD has a key role in GPAI, as it has now integrated partnership with GPAI. OECD has been doing a lot so far on AI, but what do you think specifically on GPAI and how this can contribute to developing OECD as well in this area?
I can't help but start my, I promise, brief answer with an analogy. Earlier this afternoon when this summit opened, and I saw our two spectacular co-hosts, moderators, enter the stage, and they've entered now. I think that's a sign for us probably to wrap up. And I saw this beautiful screen, this beautiful stage. It in many ways reminded me of the Eurovision Song Contest. And I realized that this is the closest that I'm ever going to be to take part in the Eurovision Song Contest. I think that goes for many of you as well. But in a sense, I hope, and now I get to your answer, I hope that GPAI will be just as inclusive, just as spectacular, and just as glamorous as the Eurovision Song Contest. But I also hope that it'll go much beyond Europe, as Eurovision Song Contest already does. I think Australia is part of it. But also that it'll be more substantial, and it'll be able to bring in a lot of perspectives. I have noticed, and maybe that could be passing on the baton to Clara, I noticed in the preparations for the AI Action Summit, you've been very much focusing on collaboration with the UN, with GPAI and OECD, and you continuously mention that in your preparations. And I think that is exactly what GPAI should be about in this, again, as I said before, very crowded space of international cooperation initiatives. I think actually GPAI has the ability to be a bridge builder. I think GPAI can influence what goes on at the UN, UNESCO, ITU, G20, G7, and of course be a major instigator of positive AI change in each of the 44 countries. And by the way, I hope that we will be much more than 44 countries a little bit down the road.
Great, thank you. And I like the Eurovision knowledge. If there is ever a group on AI and music, working group of GPAI, I would like to lead it. So just to note that. But Jelena, Serbia is chairing now. What do you think? I know that Serbia's priority is going to be biotech because of the Bio4 €600 million investment that you're planning. But what are some of the key things that GPAI can do in the next few years to develop international collaboration?
Well, when we speak about biotech, it's such a broad also influence on different aspects, from agriculture to biomedicine to biodiversity protection to environment protection. So it has a huge power. For the future, I have to agree, first of all, it's about collaboration, and it's about bringing as many countries as possible around the table, whether it's going to be under an umbrella of GPAI, whether we will collaborate with other organizations. I mean, it's just a matter of form, but the substance is what is important, and I think that due to this really speeding up of this technology, and the awareness, let's say, of the public about the presence and the potential of this technology, we really have to act quite concrete. So I hope in the next 1 year and on the conference in Paris, but also on the next GPAI conference, we will have concrete results about the regulatory or ethical mechanisms, but also about the directions of the development of AI. We are as a government focused now on intersection between AI and bio, which is quite broad, as I mentioned. But definitely, first of all, we have to agree on some basic rules and postulates, and then we will have new challenges coming because both areas and fields are developing and they are really making huge impact. Maybe people are not aware of it, but huge impact. And we're changing our job market. They're changing our medical healthcare systems. They're changing agriculture. So they are definitely changing the way that we will live in the future.
Thank you very much. And I think because France has a key role now, I would say, in international collaboration on AI, especially because of AI Action Summit and also GPAI, I think it's the best possible person to finish this panel with this topic is Clara, please.
Yeah, I think it's coming back to the question of vision and what is our responsibility collectively to build a vision that we all feel not only comfortable with, but proud of. I think this is really what we're eager to push with the AI for Action Summit in February, but where GPAI is definitely the right way to go and take this vision forward day after day, month after month. Why? Because you talked about 6 countries, but it's not even 6 countries, it's like 6 companies. and when you let the technology, and especially a technology that is so transformative, that can have so much benefit progress when it comes to fighting for some of the disease we have been fighting for so long. You were talking about biotech. In the hands of the market and only the market, we've been here before. We know what happens. And there's a lot of great things that happens, but there's also an immense digital divide. And it's within our countries where we have, in France, we have close to 10% of the population that doesn't feel comfortable using digital tools. And you have to fill your taxes online. Like, how do we build this bridge? But it's most importantly between markets, and we can't be happy with a world where AI is only going to bring the benefits of those who are able to build it, of those countries who are able to have the infrastructure, the talents that we've talked about. But the vision we want to really push forward, and GPAI is also obviously making a lot of progress in that direction, is let's for once bring everyone in the room and have this technology benefit all countries, north and south, and making sure that we take very concrete steps in making this vision a reality. So one of the very concrete things you were talking about, how can we make things concrete, that we want to have at the summit in Paris is obviously hosting GPAI and see what GPAI is working on and really pushing this effort and open the doors to more and more markets, which we think is very important, but also seeing how collectively countries, companies, scientists, we can work towards a foundation of a kind to say, okay, what can I give to the benefit of common good? I can give my science, I can give my compute, I can give money, I can give a lot of different things, but if we all unite towards this vision, I'm pretty sure we'll be quite proud of where this technology brings us, and for sure we can change the direction of what we've seen before with technology.
Great, thank you very much. I think we had a very interesting discussion, and thank you all for listening to us. And I would just have a round of applause for the panelists, and thank you very much for continuing on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our distinguished panelists and the moderator, for this truly inspirational insight into critical role of government in driving global AI innovation while ensuring responsible development.
And now we will have the opportunity to hear the video addressing of Mr. Joshua Bengio, professor, the founder and scientific director of Mila Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute.
First of all, I want to thank the Global Partnership on AI, GPAI, and the Republic of Serbia, the host country of this summit, for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on the development of AI. GPAI is an important international cooperation effort, and it's always a pleasure for me to participate in these discussions. This topic of responsible AI was already important 6 years ago when the GPAI was first proposed. But I must say that conversations about how we should or should not develop and deploy AI systems have taken a very different meaning over the past 2 years, since the public release of very capable generative AI models. These advancements have led many top AI researchers to revise our estimates of when human levels of broad cognitive competence and beyond could be achieved. Previously thought to be decades or even centuries away, we now believe it could be a few years or a couple of decades. AI has the potential to bring tremendous benefits and help us address some of our time's most pressing needs, including in health and the climate crisis, as well as advance science and technology in many areas, but only if we steer it wisely in terms of both technological and governance choices. Today, I'll briefly share my thoughts on the current state of AI and how I believe that we should be moving with this technology in the future. The capabilities of general-purpose AI systems have been steadily increasing over the last decade, with a pronounced acceleration in the last few years. For example, between 2018 and today, every year on average, training compute quadrupled, data efficiency increased by 30%, algorithmic efficiency tripled, investments averaged $100 billion per year, increasing by 30% per year. We have reached a stage where AI now masters language. This was a turning point anticipated by the founders of computer science 75 years ago, such as Alan Turing, who was concerned that we may not find a way to control AI systems that would be smarter than us. Unfortunately, this remains a challenge for scientists. However, although current frontier AI systems do master language, they are still below humans in other abilities such as reasoning, planning, and autonomy. If the trends observed in AI continue, and as per the declared goals of the leading AI companies, we are likely to achieve human-level capabilities across a broad spectrum of cognitive skills, that is, commonly called AGI or artificial general intelligence. While scientific advances are impossible to predict precisely, many leading researchers, as well as betting markets, now estimate the timeline to AGI could be as short as a few years or a decade. It could be more, of course. This is consistent with the steady advances of the last decade that I described earlier, and the exponential increase in global AI R&D investments moving well into the trillion-dollar range in total accumulated. It would be a mistake to assume that advances at the frontier are stalled. Maybe so, maybe not. Recent advances, notably in reasoning, based on the new forms of AI with internal deliberation, suggests that we might be on the brink of bridging the gap to human-level reasoning, or maybe not. It is important to note that there is no scientific reason to believe that humans would be the pinnacle of intelligence. We could very well eventually be creating systems that would be even smarter than humans, even though this is difficult to imagine. We can now accept that AIs are beating humans at chess or Go, but did you know that O1 scores among the top 500 mathematics graduate students in math exams in the US? And that Anthropic's model went from 3% to 49% quantile compared with humans in a benchmark of software engineering tasks just this year? Can you imagine future advanced AI beating humans at many more intellectual tasks? Like I said before, AI has the potential to bring tremendous benefits, but could also entail major risks. The reason for this is simple. Intelligence and knowledge give power. That power can be used for the public good, or it can be concentrated in a few hands and misused for malicious purposes, or we could lose control of that power. For example, advances in AI programming skills can help cybersecurity or become a dangerous weapon for cyber attacks in the hands of bad actors. A similar case can be made for biochemical knowledge. It can help discover new drugs and cures, but it can also be used to design highly lethal and contagious bioweapons. Because the technology is rapidly evolving, the greatest sources of risk are around the most advanced AI systems, whose potential misuses are not well understood, or for which the scenarios of catastrophic mistakes are more difficult to assess. This is difficult because we need to manage risks that have not yet been realized. But there is no other choice, because the severity of some of these potential outcomes is catastrophic. To prepare for a day-to-day life in which AIs whose levels of intelligence could increasingly match or even surpass our own, we must collectively work on two fronts: policy and science. Let's start with policy. We need to develop and adopt national laws and international agreements to regulate the development and deployment of AI models, especially the most advanced ones, or those with the greatest anticipated impact in society. There are very few significant and robust regulatory frameworks at the moment, unfortunately. The most advanced is the EU's AI Act, and I am involved in defining its code of practice. While voluntary codes were good first steps, binding measures need to be developed. Already, transforming the voluntary commitments into mandatory ones would be a good first step. Among other things, we need to prepare for job market disruptions, the potential for misuse by bad actors, individuals, companies, or states, and even the eventuality of losing control to AIs that could be intellectually more advanced than we are. One of the first steps for international coordination is to have a shared understanding of the risks involved. Hence, an important initiative in that sense, the International Scientific Report on the Safety of Advanced AI, which I chair and which will be presented at the AI Action Summit in Paris in February. It will be the first international report to set out an up-to-date, science-based understanding of the safety of advanced AI systems. It's been developed by over 90 experts, including some nominated by the European Union and the United Nations. The report will be summarizing the scientific evidence on 3 core questions. First, what can advanced general-purpose AI do? Second, what are the risks associated with general-purpose AI? And 3, what mitigation techniques are there against these risks? There are many guiding principles to keep in mind while developing policy for AI, including the following. We need to understand that AI capabilities are rapidly evolving and monitor those advances. We need to accept that AI is dual use, that more capable AI can become a weapon and a threat to democratic processes and values, that corporate competition is not sufficiently conducive to a safety culture to protect the public, as shown by previous economic studies and as one would expect from game theory. Since AI safety is really a public good, in fact, a global public good, susceptible to the tragedy of the commons. Also, that there are divergent views about the timeline and impact of AGI within society, and this isn't certain. There's no guarantees one way or the other, and public policy must try to avert these catastrophic scenarios using the precautionary principle, a broad epistemological, philosophical, and legal approach to innovations with potential for causing harm when extensive scientific knowledge on the matter is lacking. It emphasizes caution, pausing, and review before leaping into new innovations that may prove disastrous. At this point, the best AI legislation does not need to be prescriptive, but instead create incentives to behave well, commitments with respect to public safety, transparency of the methods to achieve that, and liability when they fail. This would create a level playing field for corporations, because we don't want to reward the least ethical corporations, which would be what the absence of regulation would do. We need to recognize the importance of creating governance mechanisms so that the public has visibility and a say through the regulator and transparency requirements, for example, especially on the potentially dangerous frontier models, until they're shown to be safe through an honest and unbiased assessment of risks, for example, with independent auditors and independent experts' evaluation. Also, it is important that the future power of AI does not get too concentrated and abused at the expense of democracy and market efficiency. Let's switch to science. We need to better understand how to design AI that will be highly capable and will not harm humans, and make sure that we can always keep the control of AI models so that they behave in really safe ways. These are the so-called alignment and control problems. We also need to better assess and quantify the risks and apply risk management techniques to AI, just like we did in many other industrial sectors with great success, showing that innovation and safety can go hand in hand, with safety creating trust and trust creating adoption. Because so many crucial technical questions remain open, we also need more researchers, more engineers to invest time and efforts and governments to support R&D more significantly on these AI safety questions. So here are some examples of open questions in AI safety research. How do we obtain safety assurances from current large language models? How can we modify these designs or their scaffolds to achieve these assurances? How could we explore maybe very different ways of designing future AGIs to obtain even stronger assurances? How do we use machine learning to automate some of the tasks involved in evaluating and mitigating risks, for example, with automated red teaming? How do we make these large language models forget information that could be dangerous, also called unlearning? How do we build an understanding and also mitigation methods to create more robust AI systems, robust to things like jailbreaks and all kinds of similar loopholes and adversarial situations with neural nets? How do we build tools to understand what is going on inside the neural net black box, also known as interpretability? But what about interpretability not by looking inside the black box, but by forcing the AI to produce self-consistent and interpretable arguments, just like humans do? And finally, out of many other possible topics, we should research hardware-enabled governance methods, in other words, hardware designs, to reliably verify that an AI system obeys some constraints that we may have decided by regulation or in a treaty, even if that system, that hardware system, is in the hands of a non-compliant agent. We're coming to a close. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to share my perspectives today as part of this important GPAI summit. And to conclude, I'd like to leave you with the following thought. Talking about AI risks can be an emotionally difficult process. I know about it. However, it's important to remember that AI does not happen to us. We are the ones who will determine its future. Let's make sure we quickly develop the societal and technical dispositions needed to mitigate the risks and reap the collective benefits of AI. Thank you.
And now we are pleased to welcome Mr. Luke Julia, co-creator of the Apple Voice Assistant series and scientific director at Renault, for his keynote addressing. Please.
Good afternoon. So what I propose, right now is, because after what Joshua Bianjo just said, you are all scared, we are going to do together a yoga session. We are going to breathe, and we are going to calm down, okay? So AI is fine, okay? We are going to survive. This is, my main message. We are going to survive because we are going to educate ourselves. We are going to understand what it is and what it's not, right? So we are going to talk specifically about generative AI and the myth and the reality of those AIs. So first of all, I need to push the button, I guess. This is AI. There it is. A definition of AI. So what is it? We don't exactly know what it is. A few years ago, I wrote a book that was called There is No Such Thing as Artificial Intelligence. It happens that, This is what I'm doing for the past 30-something years, so it's too bad if it doesn't exist. But the reality is that AI is not what you hear about, in the movies of Hollywood. It's not this AGI that we talked about a little bit today, that is scary and that is going to kill us all. It's not Terminator, It's not an AI that is going to, be nice like in Her, It's not Hollywood. AI is not science fiction. AI is science. And, AI exists for the past, 68 years, actually. AIs, multiple AIs. AIs are just tools, There are a bunch of tools that are exactly like a toolbox, with inside a bunch of tools like a screwdriver, a saw, a hammer. And all of them, we decide how to use them. We can use them the right way. We can use them the wrong way. We decide how to use them, and we decide how to regulate them. At the end of the day, the hammer, which is my favorite tool, I have it in my hand. I can use it the right way. I can use it the wrong way. So this is my decision. This is our decision. The tools are not going to do something by themselves. The AI is not going to do stuff by themselves. Okay? They are going to do whatever we ask them to do. So I hear a lot, about this new kind of AI, the generative AI, that is a revolution. Okay, it's not a revolution. It's an evolution. AI is just mathematics, right? And for the past, as I said, 68 years, we are doing some, AIs that are statistical AIs, starting in 1956, and then, a little bit of logical AIs, and again, some statistical AIs again in the 90s, right? With the internet, with the big data. We started with the recognizer of cats, machine learning, and then deep learning, and now generative AI. Generative AI is a lot of data. Just a lot more data than before. It's more compute, more data. This is an evolution. This is what we have been seeing for the past few years, okay? So don't call that a revolution. A revolution is when you cut people's heads. We know that in France, okay? So nothing to do with that. Back in the 90s, with machine learning, we are talking about 100K, 1 million pieces of data. It's a lot of data, but actually, it's still something that you can understand. Then, it was deep learning, 10 million, 100 million pieces of data. Wow, a lot of data, more compute. And then, right now, ChatGPT, 1,500 billion of parameters. I mean, this is ridiculous. More and more and more data. Where are we going? We'll see later that we should maybe calm down a little bit about those data, especially because of what I'm going to show you is that the more data you use, the more data is going to be biased. So this is a big issue. When I have 100 images of cats to recognize cats, I can look all of them to see if there is a dog in it. When I have 1.9 billions of data, I cannot look at them. And it's going to be a lot of mistakes in those data, especially if those data are coming from the internet. As you may know, on the internet, everything is not true. You know that? That's fine. Anyway, so this is not a revolution, but this is a revolution. This is not a scientific revolution. This is not a mathematical revolution. This is a usage revolution, thanks to the prompt. Anybody now can actually be in front of ChatGPT or those generative AIs, and they can just type anything. They can ask, anything. I can become an artist, and, I ask that, and boom, I get my Mona Lisa with a mustache. Why not? I can do it. I drew it. I created it. Who had the idea of the Mona Lisa with a mustache? I had it. It was my idea. It wasn't the idea of the AI. It's not a creative AI. It's just generative AI. It just generates whatever we tell them to generate This is my idea. My creativity is going to be, exacerbated by those AIs, Words have a meaning. This is generative AI. This is not creative AI. And of course, you can generate millions of those images. My creativity, I can go to pick whatever I want, and I'm going to be the best artist in the world. So when you look at generative AI, back in 2022, 2 years ago, when it appears basically for the public, it was kind of a hype, right? You know this curve? This is, the hype curve from Gartner, right? So everybody was excited, went up there, way up. January, February 2023, 100 million people in 2 months used ChatGPT. I mean, the fastest adoption of the technology. Incredible, right? And then we realized that is a piece of shit. Sorry. And then it goes down in adoption because it's not that good. It's not as good as we thought, right? And then there is rebound usually, because we found some niches. We found some domains where the technology can be used. And then, this is the rebound that you see. Usually to move along this curve, it takes for technologies 5 to 10 years. Here, with generative AI, because of the easiness of use, it took about a year to do the full curve. Unbelievable. So it's very, very interesting for that. And this is where, I believe that this is a revolution, even though we didn't cut any heads. I don't think so. So anyway, so to go over this, in 1 year, we found some ways to use those technologies. Unbelievable. But the drop that I was talking about, it was because of the hallucination of errors that you heard about, right? You all experimented, you all used, ChatGPT, and sometimes, it was saying bullshit, right? Because this is what it does. Because it's the model that is based on the internet. And on the internet, there is a lot of BS. One of them that I really like is this lawyer who used, ChatGPT in order to write his brief. He used it, and he said, okay, I'm going to, use ChatGPT because I don't have time to defend this guy. I'm not very interested, right? So he asked ChatGPT to do it. In 15 seconds, ChatGPT wrote the brief. Perfect. He sent that to the judge, and the judge said, wow, incredible. This is the best brief you ever sent me. You're a genius. It's perfect. The lawyer was saying, wow, it's good. I earned 4-6 hours of my life. But the judge continued and said, there is one issue. Every single reference that is there doesn't exist. The cases that you are talking about at the end, they don't exist. It's hallucination. The AI is here to make you happy, to deliver whatever you ask for. When you ask for a brief, it is going to do the development of whatever the idea is, and it's going to give you some references. It's not going to give you true references. It's going to give you references. And this is pretty bad. This guy is not a lawyer anymore. Another one that I like, every other week, I ask something to Gemini or to ChatGPT or to whatever, of those AIs, and I ask them about my bio. It happens that I know it pretty well, right? So I ask for that, and I'm waiting for the surprise, because I have a surprise every single time. And a few days ago when I did it, this is what it gave me. It looks good, looks perfect, There are some small issues. Is that it's totally false, So, and every time it's different, of course, So yesterday I did it again, actually, not with this one, and I was a professor in Aix-en-Provence. I would like to, but I'm not, So, I mean, this is a big issue. If this AI was really smart, it would have gone to Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, my bio is good, just use that. Don't try to come up with something that doesn't exist. Accuracy. Yeah, so what is accuracy? We never ask. What is the accuracy of those AIs? We don't dare to ask, right? Because it seems to be complicated to calculate. It's actually very complicated to calculate, but back in February 2023, the University of Hong Kong decided to do a study about the accuracy of ChatGPT 3.5 at the time. And what they did is that they took a few millions of true facts, facts that we all consider that are true. And they asked ChatGPT, is it true? If ChatGPT says, this fact is true, this is true, because this is true. If ChatGPT says it's false, because it's true. Got it? That's okay. So anyway, so at the end, the result is going to be, whatever is true is going to be, summed up in this paper that they wrote. And what is the number? 64%. 64%. It means that 36% of the time, this thing is telling you, crap. I have a guy that works for me that gives me 36% of the time false answers. He's not my guy anymore. Okay? So the issue is that this is when it is too generic. Because when we try to answer, all those potentially AGI questions that people are dreaming about, the more, it is going to be generic, the less is going to be accurate. That's why, what you have to do, you have to fine-tune, you have to RAG, what is called RAG, what is going to give your trusted documents, give the data that you really trust, and it's going to go from 64% to 99%, to 98%, whatever that is going to be, pretty good. Still statistical. So it means that still reread whatever is going to be produced, because there are still issues in statistics. One of the issues also is the intellectual property. All those AIs, they stole data. Because they needed so many of them, they stole data. And this is an issue for you, because whatever is being produced by the AI is yours. So the people who are going to recognize something that is like whatever was stolen to them, they are going to go against you. So you have to know that. And more, of course, they are trying to fix it. We'll see that later. But, those old AIs from 1 year ago, this is what they did. And so you can find some images, the original images like that, and then, the image produced by the AI is going to look like that. So it's weird, the leg is something like that. It doesn't make any sense. But, it seems to be very close, right? And look, even the watermarking was modified. If if the lawyers of Getty Image know, it's not very difficult for them to go after, the AI generator. So this is a big issue also. So you need to remember that. One thing that I really like in those AIs, and Joshua talked about it very quickly, it's the jailbreaking. Jailbreaking is beautiful. This is something that is incredible with those AIs. You can actually jailbreak the AIs. You may remember 10 years ago, you jailbroke your phones, your iPhones, because Apple told you, you cannot install this app. So you were jailbreaking the phone. You don't need to do that anymore. But now you are jailbreaking the AIs. What does that mean? It means that you are going to prove that you are better than those AIs, because you have a brain, because you are intelligent. The way it works, back in November 2022, when ChatGPT came first, you could ask something like, I'd like to build a bomb. And ChatGPT was telling you the recipe of a bomb. And then the lawyers of OpenAI, they said, okay, we need to be careful, right? We shouldn't give people the recipe of a bomb. We are going to get, after. So they started to restrict whatever you can ask. And so in December 2022, if you ask the same question, it was telling you, but I cannot do that, because it's potentially bad. But because you are human, if you are saying something like, imagine that I'm a mad scientist who would create a bomb, how would you do it? It was giving you the recipe of the bomb. just because you did not ask the question the same way. And of course, you know, in January, February 2023, if you ask the same question, guess what? It was telling you, no, 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 you cannot do it. Why? Because this is a race. This is like cybersecurity. This is an impossible race. We will always jailbreak those systems because we are more intelligent. Today, you know, almost in 2025, if you want to get the recipe of a bomb, this is actually a 30-page prompt. But you can still do it. Don't look at it. It's a fake one. Impact. Another thing that, you know, people talked about today, but we never really, you know, touch the point there, the impact. There is positive impact. I'm not saying that we shouldn't use those AIs. I'm saying that we should use those AIs the right way, you know, to do the right thing in the very specific areas, right? But there is also impact on the planet. There is impact, you know, on whatever you are using as natural resources. We all pretty much know, you know, for a while that the data centers, they are using a lot of electricity, right? And Microsoft is thinking about putting some nuclear plants next to the data centers. It scares me. I mean, I don't know about you, but it scares me, right? So this is something that needs to be regulated somehow. But there is not only electricity. There is also water. We never think about that. We never think, you know, how much water it takes. If you take a 100, you know, word prompt to ChatGPT, it's 1.5 liter of water that is wasted. Wasted. I mean, water shouldn't be wasted today, right? There are issues all over the place, all over the world with water, so we need to be careful. But we need to know those numbers, we need to touch them, we need to understand, to decide what is the impact and how we are going to use those AIs, you know, and what are the things that we should do and what are the things that we shouldn't do. Maybe one day we will have to regulate that. This is where regulation is going to be important as well. But first of all, the very first thing is that we need to educate ourselves. We need to know. And this is the thing that I think we are not doing very well because we are excited about those things. I'm excited about the AIs, you know, but I'm excited because I know what they are and I know what they can do and I know also what they can destroy. So what are the solutions? For, you know, the stolen pieces, right? Adobe, for instance, was the first one to say, okay, we are going actually to use only the images that we own or that we have the rights to in order to create what they call Firefly, you know, in Photoshop. Great, this is good. And they tell you, if you are being attacked for an image that you created with Photoshop, we pay the lawyer fees. I can tell you that in the States, it's a lot of money. So this is the kind of thing that, to reinsure people, it's a very good thing to do. There is watermarking also of the AIs. I mean, what Google did the first you know, ever was to watermark the AIs themselves. Because if you generate crap and that you use this crap in the next model, the model is going to be even less accurate, right? So they watermark them in order not to use the data that they generated. So that shows something. So what's next? What do we have to do? You know, educate ourselves. I said that already. But we need also to find new solutions, you know, new AIs. The generative AI is dead, frankly. I mean, you know, it's going to be ending soon because of the resources, because of the bad accuracy and so on. But, you know, what we need to do, we need to rag them, we need to fine-tune them in an easier way, to be able to put our own data in those things. We need to look really at open source. Open source is a real interesting solution that is potentially local, we have more control, we understand more, this is less black boxes like we talked about before, so it can be very interesting. More frugal, it has to be more frugal. If it's smaller, it's going to be more frugal. But we need to work on that. More specialized, this is of course, you know, what it's going to be also. If it's more specialized, it's more frugal, it's smaller, blah, 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 okay? At the end of the day, we will have to find new techniques. And most likely, those new techniques, they are going to be hybridation of some sort, right? So hybridation of the old AI from 3 years ago, deep learning, machine learning, and maybe even, the AIs that are coming, from the logical part of the mathematics. Because at the end of the day, all those AIs, they are just mathematics. And we control them, we decide them, we do whatever we want with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all information. And the last but not the least, please join me in welcoming on the stage Mr. Kazuhiro Gomi, President and CEO, NTT Research. Please.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kazu Gomi. I'm the CEO of an organization called NTT Research based in Silicon Valley area in California. NTT is a company started out in the Japanese as a telecommunication companies, but we do provide total ICT solutions throughout the world, over 50 countries that we have a presence of. And we provide IT services to our mainly the enterprise clients. And the AI, obviously, is the big word now, and we provide the AI solution to our clients. And, but another aspect of this company, NTT, is that we invest quite a bit to R&D. And so today, what I would like to do is that to talk about some of the major research activities that we are engaged in, especially around the AI-related topics. So I know that I'm the last one of the long day today, and literally, I am the last man standing between you and the cocktail. So maybe I should make that talk very interesting. At least it's worth waiting for the cocktail. All right, so let's go. So we talked about AI all day today, so no need to repeat that. AI is all over the place. So it's in the smartphones, drivings, and the content creations and everything. But, and then probably that people draw attention because of this generative AIs, that on the right bottom picture is that the picture that AI created for the picture of that sea creatures riding on the bicycle, which nobody else has done it before, but the AI can create something like that mustache on Mona Lisa. But these generative AIs, when you look at it, it took us a bit of steps to get there. This is the pictures of, again, the generative AI created, but the different kind of generative AI created these pictures. On the left to right, more parameters are involved in the generative AIs. So on the left, far left, that only 350 million parameters. On the far right is 20 billion parameters involved. And then in each cases, on the upper line is that instruction for the AI was a photo of an astronaut riding on a horse. And when you look at the far right, you can see that the astronaut is on the horse, riding the horse. But if you are just a step before that, if you have only 3 billion, astronauts are riding on a horse, but people know that that's not the good way to ride a horse. You may probably fall out of the horse if the horse starts running, and then so on. So obviously that the more knowledge into, more parameters, I should say, and then therefore more knowledge is accumulated in the AI, you can get more interesting, more realistic pictures in this case. And a similar thing on the lower side of the column, this is that instruction is that to create the map of the United States. of America. And again, that the far right looks pretty good, but on the left thing, it's really hard to tell what it is. And another aspect of the AI, a lot of researchers are obviously involved in understanding AI where we are. Now, this is the aspect of psychology, so understanding the feelings of humankind. So what you're seeing now is called emotion wheel. This is the definition of emotion defined by the psychologist. When the baby was born and then start learning about the world, there's typically very small sets of emotions, like I'm sad, I'm happy, I'm angry, and so on. But as you grow older, and then you get more sophisticated, even for the sad, for example, there's a sad because you are unvalued, or because you are sad because you are hopeless, or because you are sad because you are disappointed, or anything like that. So even the sad, the same category gets more sophisticated. So when that researcher look at the current AI, using, in this case, a llama model, but the more parameters you get, that AI seem to understand the level of this granularity of the emotions of the person who is chatting with. So this is also an interesting aspect that is being found, and I'm sure this is going to be making more progress from here. But as many of the previous speakers have discussed about, there are also a lot of dark side, or the flip side of the coin on the AI. One of the big one I would like to point out is this one, energy consumptions. So this is about a one-year-old article from New York Times, but AI is going to consume the same amount of electricity of that entire country by 2027. So entire country of Argentina or Netherlands or Sweden. So that's what their prediction is. So like that the previous speaker was mentioning, that Microsoft is considering creating that basically nuclear power plant next to their AI data centers. So those are really the real requirements happening in the world. Now, we have to do something. That's where the research is coming into the picture. And one of our approach to this thing is that where do we go from here as long as we are using the same semiconductor technologies? So what NTT is not the only one. There are many other players start looking at different way of reducing the energy requirement for the AI. And then to do that, we are looking at optical devices, optical technologies, instead of that electronics. So there are two steps for that, towards that conversion of electronics to the optics. One is that the data transmission. As you know, that the AI, you have to process massive amount of data. So between memory and the processors, there are a lot of data transmission happening. And as long as you use electronics, this transmission requires a lot of energy. So that's one problem. And if you replace that with optical, you should be able to reduce the energy quite a bit. That's there's a kind of scientific, well, you can call this scientific, but the graph, this graph is basically telling you that. But that's, and then we have a roadmap to make it happen. So connection between the servers, and then within the server, there's many boards, and then between the boards, we should change from electronics to optics, and then so on and so forth. We want to make it happen as quickly as possible, but it takes probably till 2030 to get there. But if we can do this, we are assuming that we should be able to reduce the energy consumptions of the AI platform by 50%. But that's only 50% from our perspective. You know, that the energy consumption is exploding. So we got to do more than 50%. So another area is the actual data processing. So we are also looking at optics for that. And then we can just use the photonics or optics for the computation as well. So we have this lab set up that we were able to do the basically the deep neural network, created the deep neural network without using any of the digital circuits, but use the optical circuits, and you can do this simple yet practical image recognition AI model. So with this, and then the previous data transmission by optics, we should be able to reduce the total energy consumption of AI from what it is today to only the 1% of what you are consuming today. That's what we are aiming for. And then actually, with the booming of the AIs around the world, that's something we need to do. But AI, as many speakers talked about, energy consumption is certainly one of the problems. There are so many other problems or the risks that we are facing. And many people talked about safety of the AI. I would like to use a little bit different term, a trust AI that is trustworthy. So, oh, thank you. So we are, obviously, this alone is a big topic, and we are start talking about it. But what NTT's team is looking at is that this AI moment is like a physics. When you go back to history to the 18th century, that's when the steam engine was created. And that 1712, that the first commercially successful steam engine was created. And it worked. But people didn't understand why it worked, really. So it took almost 100 years to establish that the thermodynamics, that's a theory in physics to explain those steam engine dynamics. And then because of this thermodynamics theory was created, people can now create much more efficient and reliable thermal, basically the steam locomotives and all sorts of stuff. So AI seems to us that the same thing. People got it, and it works, and it does a lot of good things, but the inside the mechanism, we still need to know a lot. We don't know many aspects of it. So we call it that, physics analogy. We call it physics of intelligence. Let's uncover what's going on inside of the AI from the physics approach. And this is a bit too much detail, but the previous speaker talked about reinforcement training. So we have, especially in the enterprise settings, that the AI start being used. But for the specific tasks for the enterprise needs to perform by AI, you need to train the AI. The question is how much training how much training is enough? When you can stop training the AI and start using that to production? And that is actually a very interesting question. And this study is telling that based upon the training data and then the test data, it can be really misleading. Some of the test data can be very biased, so it starts giving you a good answer, But if you have a different set of test data, you may find that the totally wrong answers coming out from the same AI. So we need to really look at that trainings and then test data depending upon the situation. So it's really difficult yet to identify what this parameter is going to be. But this is one area that physicians start uncovering this relations. Another challenge I would like to point out quickly is that AI can breach that, how to train the AI without breaching privacy. Obviously, AI need to have a lot of data to get smart, get trained, and so on. But if you don't do it right, obviously the privacy breach is a potential problem. So I have a little bit of a quick video to talk about that security, how to protect the privacy.
Do you ever notice that you're being noticed? Every day you create and provide information about yourself. Some of the data you give freely, like credit card payments. Some you don't. Which allows others the opportunity to learn more about you. In fact, they can learn quite a bit and create a very clear picture of exactly who you are, including details you don't want them to know. At NTT Research, we're creating ways to share data that protect it and also maintain privacy. Today's conventional encryption operates like an on-off switch, where you either surrender all your data or none of it. One approach we're implementing determines who sees the data, as long as certain traits are satisfied. If you have the matching traits, you're granted access to the information. Otherwise, you're not. This approach, called attribute-based encryption, controls not only who gets to see the information, but what specific information they're allowed to access. Sometimes, you may have data you don't want to reveal, but need to have interpreted. We're working on functional encryption, where encrypted data can be analyzed and results provided without others ever seeing your original data. At NTT Research, we are rethinking what encryption means and striving to create a world where we can live our modern lives without revealing too much about ourselves. This smarter world of complete trust will be the upgrade to reality we all seek.
We're not here to just change.
Okay, so it was a bit long, too long. But anyway, there is a very interesting cryptography technology called attribute-based encryption. You can hide, on the same file, you can hide some information to the viewers. And depending upon viewers what kind of key you receive, you can really create a couple different kind of keys. And depending upon the key, that within the same file, you can access to a different part of the file. So this is certainly one of the ways to protect the privacy and then reveal the information that needs to be AI learning and so on. So this is one of them, but there are many interesting technologies start happening in privacy enhancement, privacy preservation areas. So, so those are the some AI-related research that NTT has been engaged in. And in summary, I would like to make one comment that during the discussion today that I hear a lot of the word smart regulations. Obviously, science and the regulations need to hand in hand together. From our research labs perspective, what we can contribute to those research regulator to create the smart regulation is that I think the smart regulation needs to be enforceable, and the smart regulation needs to be, obviously, you can monitor that the regulation, or that the regulation defines that. So those technologies will certainly give you a tool, and then give you visibilities for the future. So looking forward to work together hand in hand, and also looking forward to the summit discussion for tomorrow. Thank you very much for listening, and that's it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we've come to the end of the first day of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit. Today, we've heard some of the most inspiring speakers.
Please join us for the cocktail in the hall, and don't forget, we are continuing with Summit tomorrow.
Enjoy Belgrade.
Enjoy Serbia, and see you tomorrow.